All right, positive energy all the time. Good to see you all. Run those likes up, share, subscribe, and welcome to another interesting conversation. Rep your city. Of course, I'm representing Chicago, Illinois. We have Detroit, Michigan in the building. We have New York City in the house. We have Filmo in the house. San Francisco, California. We have Fresno in the building. Yeah, the whole United States is here. We have Milwaukee, Wisconsin in the building. Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I've been to Fort Lauderdale. In the building. Everything's good, Robinson. We have Nairobi, Kenya in the building. Get well soon. Dr. Mumbai, I seen she got all kind of beat up. San Diego's in the building. Much love to all my friends in San Diego. I spent a lot of time in San Diego. Can't wait to get back out there and see how much has changed over the years. There was a pizza place in San Diego that made vegan pizzas. And every time I would go to the Kobe swap meet, I would get 2 of them before I go back up to LA and take them up there. I'm Rob, good to see you. We have Camden in the building. It wasn't a vegan pizza shop. It was a regular pizza shop, and they made a vegan pizza. So that vegan pizza shop wasn't there when I was there. I was there in the 80s. And there was a regular shop, but they did have a vegan pizza. But I'm sure now California always had lots and lots of vegan options. It's really one of the places where veganism, like a veganism stronghold, really. California, I would say. Because of the Beach Boys. The Beach Boys was a group that came from, not the music group, the Beach Boys was a group of people like hippies in Europe. And they came here and they brought that whole hippie concept to the United States. That's in my other book I'm writing about marijuana. Yeah, I haven't been in Cali in a while. I will be in Northern Cali before the book is done. I got to go and visit some relatives. Yeah, they had a real popular pizza location. I forgot the name of it. But that was way back in the 80s. California always been strong with the plant base. Yeah, I'm right. California's always been strong. And then California's warm. People get outside a lot, and plus, there's a lot of models and movie stars in California, so they're very strict on what they eat. So I met a lot of beautiful ladies, models in the vegan establishments. So had a few high profile flings, but we don't kiss and tell. But yeah, all of the beautiful models would be there. I dated a couple. Well, I wouldn't say I dated them. I'd say I slept with them. So, but they would like get up and they would only eat an apple. They would eat an apple, and then they would go to a vegan restaurant if they had to run around and get food in the middle of the day. And they wouldn't eat at night. They didn't want to sleep on it. So they'd eat like an apple in the morning, maybe some celery. Then they'd have a nice sized lunch. And that's it. And in the evening time, it's mostly like tea. They might do a salad, no carbs, because they had to keep their figures. You know what I mean? Good to see you, Sherry. Los Angeles, like the first place where I went to an upscale vegan restaurant, like a fine dining. It was interesting, and they used to have a television up, a big screen, but it was just a screen, and they would show uh, doctors and people talking about eating right. It was nice. I forgot what that was. And then they had a whole Chinese establishment that was vegan, where it was like you could shop on one side and eat on the other side. It was interesting. They had all the herbs you could dream of. Yeah, Robinson, good to see you. Good to see you, DL. So we're going to talk about a little politics today. I got a theory about politics. I have not been mentally wrapped up into the politics since Trump was elected. Um, I was campaigning for Harris, and I wasn't mentally wrapped up in it then. I was just campaigning. It was really hard for people to understand I wasn't mentally attached to it. I was just campaigning. It was supposed to be it was supposed to be an example to show people what campaigning is like. The campaigning is different than running or voting, because campaigning is just a job, and everybody that campaigns doesn't necessarily have uh, any type of feelings toward the candidate they're campaigning for. But it was so much emotions. I couldn't get that across to people what that was like. It was. I think the ladies did good to the during the election. I think the men, it was a little feminine. It was a little feminine for men. I can't see no man. I can't see me. I just can't see me getting into it like that. But that was strange. It was like some type of way we got to build back up the masculinity in men. Okay, they've gotten to feminine. I think it's social media. I think it's a lack of expressing themselves, so they do it on other people's accounts. I just had to block a brother. He never says anything on my Instagram unless it's something against what I say. He don't say nothing. It's just like he's always looking for some type of way to criticize my posts. This is a brother with dreadlocks too. Call himself the king or the crown or something like that. It's weird. I said, okay, let me block this guy's a weirdo. Bruh. It's unbelievable. It's like, right, you kidding me? Everything's good, dreadful. I say, bruh, what the hell? It's the weirdest thing ever. It's like, bro, what are you doing? You just, I don't know. Trying to get a response out of me, but I don't do responses like that. So the only thing I can do is delete it. I'm not going to respond, and I don't necessarily want to leave that up there for other people. I had some people tell me, even some of my offspring, like, Dad, you should leave it up. That's how you get a lot of likes and stuff. I said, I know, I know. I used to be on Facebook. That's why I got off of Facebook, because you get the most views on Facebook if you argue. I was wondering why these people getting so many hits, and I go look, and it's like 4 people arguing. So there's like thousands of hits. Just like I said, oh, I'm not doing that. Is that what I got to do to no? Okay. I just want to post what I think and keep it moving. I don't want to go back and see what everybody's saying about. I don't mind them talking about it. I must say so, but I don't necessarily. What else do I have to say? I don't want to post nothing and then go and read it and respond and respond. Really, I can't, because I got to post a lot. I got a lot of social media accounts. So I don't have time to stay on one account and go back and forth. By the time they read that post, I'm already on another account. So today I'm going to talk about something I'm thinking about. And the reason I started talking about that is because I didn't want to just jump on Trump when he got in office and start predicting what he's going to do. I'm the type of person, I got to see what you're doing. I'm not going to guesstimate. And so I didn't really just jump as soon as he won. I just didn't start saying, oh, he's going to, because I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know what he's going to do. So it didn't make no sense for me to speak on it till I got something to speak on. And when I got something to speak on, plus I'm trying to get away from the fanboys, because like I said, you got these men and they are like fanboys. It's a little strange. And when I was growing up, men, we wasn't fanboys. We didn't even like women like that. Like, we didn't gawk over famous women. Some men, they would, get their Playboy magazine, and off to themselves, they'll look at a lady that they kind of like to look at. But, when I was growing up, nobody oohed and ahed over no popular woman like that. And nobody oohed and ahed over men. Like, men didn't ooh and ah over men. The only ones that would ooh and ah over men was young boys that would be fans, So you might see young boys like me. When I'm a young boy, you might see me, oh man, Dr. J, right? But you would never see my father or Mr. Smith, or you would never see an older man talking about no athlete like that. Like these men. I don't know what kind of men. But you would never see no grown men like LeBron. You would never you would never see my uncles and them do anything like that. You just wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see a lot of excitement, even for a team, unless it was winning. With the whites, you would see whites call themselves fans and go to all the games. But with the black population in America, you wouldn't see anybody fanned out over no team. You wouldn't get a lot of buzz until you really start looking like you're going to the playoffs. And it seemed like that would be like a call for fans, like, okay, they're doing good, they might go. And then people like, okay, yeah, go Bulls. But other than that, as soon as the season started, you didn't see grown black men talk about the Bulls or the Bears. You never used to see that kind of stuff. Like you see now, you see like grown men, they're like, I don't know what to call it. They almost worse than the children used to be. I don't know what you call that. It's crazy. So a lot of things I have to avoid. I don't want to get mixed up with that group. And so I worked hard. I worked as hard as I could during the election while I was campaigning to not get mixed in with the fanboys, you know, that had Trump all the way. you know, I was like, whoa, whoa. It was weird. It was weird to see men. It was weird. It was weird. I think, back in the day, you made your noise with your vote, that was it. You went and voted and you watched to see who won. And that was it. I nobody never discussed who they was going to vote for. And I know we got social media now. It's changed a little bit, but especially like men, they not going to go too hard like that. So I really didn't have a lot to say about him. With Harris, I was voting on historical purposes for my daughters, which no matter how many times I said, hey, I'm just voting so my daughters have a female role model, it's like certain brothers, they just could not hear that. They just couldn't hear it. It was crazy. And like I said, I must have said it like twice every time I had a political conversation. Listen, I just want a female to get in there so I can use it to motivate my daughters. I said nothing political. And like the brothers was so feminine and so emotional. It was like, but Trump. And it's like, bro, didn't you hear me say, I'm just trying to get a female in there for a role model for my children? That's over my head, bro. I'm stupid. Okay, I see it's over your head. You're stupid. I get it. I get it. It was crazy. It was like talking to 5-year-olds. It's crazy. So when it was over, so the last thing I wanted to talk about was politics. I want that crowd to just go away. Like if you were one of them, just go away. Okay. You know, it was too much. You were doing too much, You're gonna always look different when I meet you. If it was like if you was just overdoing it with that, when I meet you, you're gonna look weird to me. It's just like, oh, this is you know, you was doing all that for an election. It's crazy. It's just crazy. I've never seen. And I don't. I think it might be social media. The social media's got some bad, creating some bad habits. You know, that's bad. So I haven't been saying too much about it, but today I do have something to say about it, about the Biden Trump situation. But it's not too much about them. It's about society as a whole. And I have like a theory with that. And so looking at it, and I'm just watching and observing. That's how you learn. So I don't put any emotions. I go blank, and then I just look at it blank. If I go in there looking for something negative, then I can't really say I'm seeing it naturally. I'm forcing myself to not like this or like that. So I like to go in blank. So I haven't had any type of thoughts about Trump, whether he's going to be good, bad, or whatever. I'm just watching. And I can't tell what's going to happen because some of the things he's saying, we won't be able to tell until after he do it. And I don't want to be one of these people say, oh, man, he shouldn't do that. And he does it, and it turns out to be smart, you know. So I can't really say. There's a possibility he's going to do some good things. There's a possibility he's going to do some bad things. I'm not sure. But one thing I have noticed that I want to talk about today, I started watching it. And as I'm watching this administration, I'm thinking there was an underlying war going on. And that underlying war, that might be real, but I got to wait to see. But I'm just going to tell you all what I'm seeing early. We'll probably end up addressing it as it unfolds. But with the last administration, Biden, because let's not say Democrats. See, that's the problem. Because Biden didn't really represent the Democrats. He just represented Biden. Because under the Obama administration, they had one of the strongest anti-immigrant policies in American history. He deported a lot of people. That's why I don't like the Democrat-Republican thing, because you have to put things on each president. You can't put it on the whole party when you get different presidents. But I understand, young people, you haven't seen as many presidents as me, so you have a tendency to categorize. But each president kind of brings something with them and kind of like gets people to come in there to help whatever he's doing. And it doesn't really represent the party from presidency to presidency. So the Biden administration and what they was doing was nothing like the Obama administration, and what they was doing was like two different things. He really turned around and did the opposite of what Barack was doing, which was crazy, but he did. Barack had the cleanest border ever. And then Biden got there and just let everybody back in that Barack threw out. It was crazy. I don't know what to... when I think about that, not really. Because Biden didn't know where he was at. So I don't really believe Biden did anything. I believe that's one of the problems. He was senile. And I don't believe he was running the country. I don't believe Biden did anything. I believe the people around him did whatever, because that man didn't do anything. That man didn't know what was going on. He didn't know one thing from another. But with the two administrations, I do see something that I'm going to be watching, and I wanted to make y'all aware, because one thing is for sure is that the migrants were going to be cheap labor. Cheap labor. And so these people were going to come and work for nothing. By them being illegal, they can't complain. I have a person I knew that worked at a car wash I used to go to out in Harvey, Illinois, on 159th Street. I think it's a new car wash now. And him and his wife were illegal. They were here illegally. And he worked for a Mexican that ran the car wash. And the Mexican that ran the car wash was legal. And the Mexican that ran the car wash used to threaten the Mexican that worked for him that he would call ICE on him if he didn't do everything he told him to do. So he said, my friend, he make me work 10 hours. He make me have 20-minute lunch break. He treat me and my wife like animal, because if we complain, he call ICE and we get deported. And so there was a lot of Mexicans that are established that were enslaving their own people because they could hold that threat on for that you're not legal. So coming to the country as an illegal is not really a good thing because you're always on pins and needles and you could be blackmailed. You can be blackmailed. Do this or I'm going to call ICE. Do this, I'm going to. So you're always worried about somebody calling on you and having you deported. You know what I'm saying? Always. And so I noticed that I was thinking, okay, all these people are coming up here for cheap labor. So now if you look at this administration and they throwing all these people out, okay, what do we have? Okay, so you're not going to have the cheap labor. Are you going to be able to afford to pay a decent wage for people to pick the fruit and all the different jobs? No. So what are you planning to do? So when you look at the two administrations, what it looks like Biden represented cheap labor, and it looks like Trump represents no jobs for Americans. It looks like Trump represents robots, because what's really up with Elon? We know that Elon believes that we shouldn't work at all, that we should all be home and get a welfare. And then robots and automation run everything. So he believes in that universal salary or universal pay where everybody's just going to get a check and nobody has a job. And so I'm looking at his tight relationship with Elon, and I'm wondering, what is that relationship about? Well, if you look at Elon's about automation and robots. He's about replacing people. Says it all the time. Elon is about replacing people. Yeah, universal basic income. Right? So when I'm looking at these two administrations, I'm thinking Americans might have avoided cheap labor for no jobs. Just the way they're digging all in Social Security and all of that is very suspicious. They said it's a waste of money, but they're not being clear where. And are they looking into how much they pay Americans? Is Elon going to come up with the idea that Americans are getting paid too much and they can cut costs by replacing human beings? Because this is very highly likely when you look at it. Because I can't see anything Elon bring to the table but robotics. We all know that the Tesla is being designed to drive by itself, okay? We all know that, okay? We know that Tesla is being designed to drive by itself. And we know these oligarchs, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and Zuckerberg, they're all for computers. Zuckerberg wanted to have the whole imaginary world, meta, right? So you be in a fake world and you buy digital property. Zuckerberg is all about replacing Amazon workers with robots. He's already doing it. He's already doing that. And Musk has got, Tesla has their people working long hours to get these robots ready right here. If you remember a few months ago, when they were talking about the dock strike, they was going to go on strike on the docks, and they were going to go on strike because they said they were trying to replace them, the dock workers, with automation. They was going to fire the dock workers and have everything automated. And those of us that watch, we know that the mark of the beast is definitely coming. You're not going to get around that. It's going to have to come first, and then you'll be rid of it. But its prophecy's got to be fulfilled. And so the cashless society is definitely coming, whether Biden was in office or Trump. And with Trump, it seemed like it'll come quicker because he's greedy. He'll do anything as long as he makes money. If he could take every dollar from the American citizens just for a few of them to be rich, Trump would definitely do that. Definitely. And I don't see what other purpose Elon Musk serves other than Starlink, Tesla, which will be self-driving, and robots. Elon Musk is like a Satanist, basically, because everything he does represents the mark of the beast. I think he came into the game with what, PayPal? He came into the game when the cashless society was his claim to fame. No cash, electronic transfer. And if you look at everything Elon does, it's all the mark of the beast. His cars will drive by themselves. He's got these Starlink things. Those are going to make it possible for the cars to drive by themselves. The Starlink is going to make it where the car, no matter, he's going to try to put, they got like 7,000 in the sky now going around. They're not all his. But they're trying to put all them satellites up so that so the tracking would work. Anybody know, if you've been driving as much as me, you know that Google Maps used to get lost. I don't know if it does now, but Google Maps used to get lost. Yeah. Google Maps would get lost. One time I drove and I had a client when I was driving for Uber. That was about, 7 years ago or something. And I drove way out. And when I dropped them off, my Google Maps just went blank. I couldn't figure out how to get back home. So I had to drive around till they clicked back in. One time I was taking my queen. She worked for an insurance company, and she used to have to go out to these different insurance headquarters to do something. And what we would do, I would hustle the system because they would pay her transportation. So me being a hustler, what I would do is I would sit there with my queen and she would send for an Uber. And if it said the ride's on the way, she'd cancel it and send for it again until I get the ride. Because I'm close to her, I get the ride like in 2 tries. When I get the ride, I take her on the ride. I take her there and I wait for her to get out. And then she does the same thing from way out in the suburbs. It comes right to me because I'm close to her. I bring her home. So now Uber's going to pay me for taking her out there and back. And then Uber's going to then her jobs are going to give her, her job's going to give her transportation money. So she would be able to keep her transportation money and I would make money taking her. So we were scamming the system. It was legit because I really took her. But we make sure I get the ride. I get the ride, take her, bring her back, some nice money in my pocket, and then they'll give her the money. So the money stayed in the family. You know what I mean? And we got out there one time, and the whole thing just turned off. You know? Well, one thing we know, Gina, that we know the mark of the beast is not going to work. It's going to be unstable. It's impossible. It's going to be impossible to have a stable. It's going to be impossible to have a stable digital society. I got Comcast business, and it's been going off now. I've been getting interruptions for like months. I just called them the other day. They took $200 off my bill. I'm finna call them again. It's been going out. I may end up not paying them nothing for a few months because they can't keep going off like that and think I'm going to pay them. That's another thing on the side note. When you don't get your service, you got to complain and get your money. Don't let nobody run over you. But to me, this looks like a battle between cheap labor and no jobs. Either way, no jobs. With Biden, it was going to be jobs for people paying them nothing, like slave labor. And under Trump, it looks like it's going to be not even slave labor, because they're developing machines that spray the crops. They're developing machines that pick all the fruit. They can pick that stuff. They don't need you to pick that stuff. If they got a machine that'll put a net, they go and put a big net around a tree. And they got a machine that grabs the tree and shakes it. And all the fruit just falls in the net. And all they'll do is make another machine to gather it out the net. They'll make a hole in the net. They'll make something that wrap around the tree at the bottom. They'll make a net that go up like this. They'll shake the tree. The stuff will fall in the net, go down into the capture thing. And they won't need you to pick fruit. They won't need you to pick fruit. They don't need you to fertilize it. They don't need you to pick it. They're not going to need you to fly a plane. All the planes are going to be drone planes. They don't need you to drive a car. You know, I went to Arizona to take time off to write. And I get to the airport. And when I leave the airport, as soon as I got close to my location, I seen like a whole bunch of self-driving cars, like a lot of them, just driving by themselves. It was the most creepiest thing you ever seen. They had all these cars just driving. Just in 2 minutes from the light, when I got to the first light and I had to make a left and go down there, and the place I was staying down there, when I'm sitting at the light, from the time I sat at the red light and went and turned, I seen 5 of these things. I seen so many of them. And I didn't go out much because I was trying to write as much as possible. But when I did go out, I had my associate drive, and I filmed. And this is just from one trip, or really 2. I filmed one when I was walking to the post office, and that was the only one I seen. It was early in the day. But when I went back out, I seen him. Check this out. He's self-driving. Nobody's driving. You're going to see a guy sitting in the passenger seat. Look at me, because I was filming it. This is where they're going. And you ain't going to be able to drive a cab, a bus, or nothing. Watch. Real talk. Now, I didn't get in one. I was going to get in one, but I didn't go out that much. But yeah, they was everywhere. They were everywhere. Called Waymo. It's gonna be over. There's gonna be no drivers. It's gonna be self-driving trucks, self-driving cars, self-driving buses, self-flying planes, because the planes are self-flying. They just don't tell you. Those planes is working on mostly automation. Those pilots are doing very little. The pilots are only doing something probably a little bit of takeoff and a little bit of landing. They're not flying that plane. That plane is flying by itself. They're not flying that plane. They ain't flying that plane. Once that plane take off, they sit back and they watch the automation, and that plane stay on its route. They're not flying no route. They're not flying no route. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How the Teamsters are going to deal with auto truck drivers, they're going to just get disbanded. One thing you can see with the Trump administration, they'll just close something down. They'll just close it down. We're going into a new era. When have you ever seen, first off, when have you ever seen any position like what Elon Musk got? He's not elected and he's taking care of government business for a company that does not exist and for a branch of government that does not exist. There's no such thing as Doge. They just made it up. When have you ever seen a businessman standing right there in the Oval Office like he the vice president? You've never seen this before. You never seen this before. GPS don't work in Lower Wacker Drive, but they're gonna put contraptions down there. They're gonna put things down there that transfer uh, them waves and them signals. You're gonna go on the underground record drive. You're gonna see all these things sticking out. You watch. You watch. They're gonna have something where it could beam down there and then it could shoot it across. That whole thing is gonna be. You haven't noticed when they switch to 5G how they start putting up all these little digital boxes things. They didn't have all of those. When you drive through the city, you ever seen on top of certain roofs all that electronic equipment on top of certain apartment buildings? You haven't seen all these weird electronic boxes on light posts and things? Signal extenders, yeah. So they're already showing you, and Americans are going for it. They already showing you they're not going by no rules. Okay? They're not going by any rules. By American law and American structure, Elon Musk is 100% totally illegal. What he's doing is totally illegal. He has no jurisdiction to do what he's doing. The president is three branches of government. The president just can't put nobody in there with no official office, and they just go and can look at all your government records, and he don't work for the government. It's totally illegal. Totally. Where they got people to put him in there, and he's going to turn around and do them so bad. He's gonna do his supporters so bad because he don't care nothing about them. They is only for the rich. They don't care nothing about the middle class or hardworking Republicans that voted for them. They don't care nothing about them. They ran a sucker play on them. But neither way you was going to vote was going to necessarily get you away from the inevitable. But that's another video for another day. Because you don't even know if the voting machine works. You know, the whole voting thing, does that work? Like, we have to take their word for it. So this is basically a coup, basically. Mind you, Elon Musk is dumb as hell. He's not. He buys smart people. He strong-armed his way into Tesla. He did not start Tesla. Two other guys started Tesla. And he just go in. He just came in. Yeah, it's like Germany. Yeah. Trump is German. The name. Trump. That's a German name. A lot of names in America is German. That's why my father and his brother, Adolphus, Randolph, Adolf, like Adolf Hitler. Nobody never said nothing about Kamala or none of that, Daryl. So I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what that got to do. You know, I guess you just had to get that out. But I mean, nobody said nothing about Kamala. I'm trying to avoid that energy, Daryl. I'm trying not to go down that weirdo. I'm not trying to do the weirdo stuff, Daryl. Okay. So please, like, leave me out of the weirdo, political weirdo stuff. I just want to talk about what I see going on now. I don't want to get into Harris is not running anymore. Okay. And so I don't want to go down that. I don't want to go down that path. I'm trying to avoid the nuts, you know, the political nuts we just dealt with. I don't want to deal with y'all, okay? I don't know. I just don't want to deal with the political nuts. They were obnoxious, okay? They were obnoxious. They made the whole experience horrible, right? Yeah, so I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with the weirdo stuff. I just want to talk about what I see going on now. Yeah, you know. And that's why I told y'all when I started this, I knew they was going to come over here with that, you know. But they're the failures. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? The political hacks that was all, it's their fault. Because they were so busy politically hacking and going back and forth. They never brought no solutions to the table. They never, when you watch the people argue over Trump or Harris, they never brought anything to the table themselves. They were basically a distraction. And a lot of them was bots, but some of them I knew them. Some of them was black people that pushed like stuff, and and then they got all emotionally caught up in it. It was horrible. Some of your people that your regular subscribers or your regular followers on YouTube or your regular followers on Instagram, they got caught up in it. They was tripping. And they was so busy tripping on what was put in front of them that they didn't bring nothing to the table. So it was kind of weird because they never brought nothing they wanted to the table. They was just arguing over what was presented to them. So there was more arguing about who was going to do something, and there was no demands for anything. It was just who wants Trump and who wants Harris. And nobody wanted anything, though. They didn't ask either one of them for anything. The only people asking for something was us asking for reparations. And we had no support. We had no support. Right, you voted for the Green Party, so you a two-time loser. Like, who's going to vote for somebody who ain't got a chance in hell to win? So why would I listen to you? You voted knowing they wasn't going to win. So what does that tell you? What kind of demands are you going to get when you vote for a party that never won and ain't going to never win? So basically, you just wasted your time. You might as well stay at home, Daryl. If you voted for the Green Party, you just say had nothing else to do. I voted for somebody I know wasn't going to win and wasn't going to do shit. It's like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Your vote sucked then. I mean, you just voted. The Green Party ain't never won. The Libertarians, the Green Party. I'm 67. You might as well just stay home. Yeah, y'all get the likes up over here. Yeah, you might as well stay home. I don't want to talk about that nonsense. What I want to talk about is what's real. And what's real is it looks like one party under Biden, not the whole party, because a lot of people left since Biden and Trump been in there. A lot of politicians say, these are all losers. But it looks like under Biden, whoever was running that, because Biden wasn't running it. So whoever was working while Biden didn't know where he was at, they were looking for cheap free labor. And it's looking like Trump and Musk is looking to have no jobs. It looks like a lot of people that voted for Trump are going to be out of work. They're not going to have a job in 2 years. They're not going to have a job. That's what it looks like. A battle between cheap labor and no work for human beings. That's what it looks like. Because the migrants were going to take away decent paying jobs because they was going to work for nothing. And then it looks like, and for sure, Elon and the oligarchs, they want to replace us with robots. That's for absolute sure. If you just look at them, you can see it. I deleted that picture. I should have kept that picture. I had the picture of all them guys. But for sure, if you look at the oligarchs, they're not trying to hire anybody. Because each one of them is going for they're going for robots. Each one of them. Oh, yeah, I got them. Now, that's mighty suspicious that each one of these guys are not into jobs. They're into robots. They're into Meta. This is very, very, very suspicious. Think about it. Every last one of them. Jeff Bezos, he just finna fire a bunch of people. He's got robots all over Amazon. Look, all of them is into robots. None of them is into jobs. The richest man in the world. None of them are into jobs. They're all dumping workers left and right. Their AI is doing all the work. You can't talk to a human being anymore. You can't talk to a human. The phone almost refuses to transfer you to a human. You could call a bank, Chase, Bank of America, whatever. You call them, welcome to Chase. Then it's going to say, how can I help you? You say customer service. They say, first, before we send you to customer service, let us find out what's going on, what you want. And ask you all these questions. And you got to keep saying customer service, customer. And then finally, it'll transfer you to customer service. So sometimes it takes a while to transfer you to a human being. When you go to a lot of these websites, they got a little box that say, may we help you? And then you type in there and then it types back like YouTube. If you have problems with YouTube, you'll never talk to a human being. I complained to YouTube like 4 times. And every time it answered in a different name, but all of these different people, they gave me the same script. They gave me a computerized script every time. I never talked to anybody. There's nobody to talk to. If you had trouble with your Gmail, there's nobody to talk to. If you had trouble with Yahoo, there's nobody to talk to. Think Yahoo, you can eventually reach somebody, but it takes forever. And you got to search to find the right phone number because their phone numbers are not available. Everybody wants to do text and everybody wants you to go in their chat. So he said, how do they expect people to work and take care of their families? Well, they people aren't having families anymore. So they're way ahead of that. They got the LGBTQ movement. That's no children. Nobody's having families no more. Most younger black men, 40 and down, they don't want no children. The black man don't got no children no more. I bet you hardly nobody in this chat got no children. Unless they older. I bet you. I bet you they ain't got no children. None of the young brothers got no children. They be 30, 35 years old with no children. What family? What family? Yeah, Bo, the phone will hang up before they transfer you. Yeah, there's no children. The women like Alexis have children. People look at them crazy. These brothers ain't got no children. Right? He said Blue Pill was talking to Al. How many children Blue Pill got? None that I know of. You know what I'm saying? That's good, Migs. But they ain't having children like that. They ain't having children like that. That's a thing of the past. Like when you go out like on Children's Day, like when you go out like Halloween, it ain't no children out there. No, they not still they weirdos, Sir Drop. They're weirdos. It's a whole bunch of weirdos. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got no children. They don't want no children. You know what I'm saying? If you go have children, you'll see. And there ain't nobody outside riding no bicycles because there ain't no children. They don't want no children. Like you could tell when people got children because they're going to be on the block. So they got children, they're going to be out there playing four square, running bases. They're going to be jumping rope. You don't see that nowhere in the country, nowhere. There's nowhere in this country you see children outside playing. Period. You can drive from one end of the country to another. You can go through all these neighborhoods. There's no children outside playing. There's no children at the park. You go to the park, there's 4 children up there. When I was growing up, you go to the park, it's easily 30, 40 children running around. They all on the block. Girls is playing, a set of girls is playing hopscotch while another set of girls is playing foursquare or double dutch, jumping double dutch. These boys riding their bike. These boys playing running bases. These boys throwing the football all on one block. There ain't none of that like that. Ain't nobody got no children like that. Not like that. They closing schools. I'm in Chicago. They close a bunch of schools. They don't need them. They can't fill them up. In them rural towns, the elementary school got about 600 students because they all got to go to one school. That's why they got to take a bus. Back in the day, they would have had 2 schools. They wouldn't have had one school. One school wouldn't have been able to hold them. They ain't got no children, B. D-Lo. I'm trying to tell you what I'm trying to tell you. They ain't got no children, bro. Ain't no children. There's no children. Ain't no children, bro. They ain't got no children, Crystal. I don't know what make y'all think I don't know what I'm talking about. They ain't got no children. Ain't nobody in your family got no children. Ain't nobody got no children. I don't know how you gonna tell me. I've been outside, grew up. Ain't nobody got no children. Nowadays, people have one child. People that do got children got one. When I was growing up, nobody had one baby. It was only one girl on the block that was a single child. One. Michelle was the only single child. Everybody had 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot of people had 5, 4 children, 3 children. The least anybody had was 2. Nobody got no children though. If you got children, you know what I'm talking about. Ain't nobody got no children. Your children, if you got children and you saying that we got a lot of children, you a liar. Because you know your children ain't got nobody to play with. Because I got 6. And they didn't have nobody to play with. It was hardly no children. It's like a fifth of the amount of kids it used to be. Down a whole fifth. Like for every 100 kids we used to have, it was only 20. That's probably what y'all calling kids, them 20. Y'all calling them 20 kids. Ain't hardly nobody got no 5 and 6 and 4 like that, and barely 3. You might find somebody with 2, but most everybody got 1. They be like, this is my last one. It's my last one. These women got 1 baby. These women got 1 baby, and ain't no married people, ain't no couples. Ain't no couples. Ain't no baby showers like that, like that. You got 5 and 6 grandkids, and watch how many kids they have, Leonard. Hardly none. They don't be wanting to have children. They don't want to have no children. My oldest daughter had 3. She had 2, and then a long time she had 1. My 2 youngest daughters ain't got no children. They don't act like they want none. They don't act like they want none. I be outside, so I be talking to the young people. So I ain't gonna argue with you. I know what I'm talking about. These young people, they don't believe in God, and they don't want to have no children. They don't want to have no children, and they're gay. That's a fact. They're gay. A lot of the young people is homosexuals. That's a fact. That's a fact. A lot of y'all children is gay. They just want to tell you. A lot of y'all daughters is lesbians. They just want to tell you. A lot of them is gay. Y'all think LGBTQ is big and you're going to have children? You can't have children and LGBTQ. They don't go together. You can't have LGBTQ and children. That don't go together. You're going to have one over the other. So I know y'all lying. Whites too. They ain't got no babies like that. Them white girls ain't having no babies. Ain't nobody having no babies. I think Mexicans the only ones might be having babies. Everybody got no babies like that. I be wondering, y'all talking about y'all got kids, you would know they ain't got none. Y'all don't be going up to the school, pick your kids up. Y'all don't see it ain't no kids up there? Or that's a lot of kids to y'all. To make it look like it's a lot of kids, they got rid of class. Instead of having 2 6th-grade classes with 28 kids in both one, they'll have one 6th-grade class with 38 kids. Facts. Like my grandson PJ, they all in one room. It's a bunch of them, but they're in one room. You know why they all in one room? Because if you divide them, it ain't enough to have 2 classrooms. I wish he was here, he'll tell you. His classroom got like 30-some kids, almost 40. Because if they split them up, they ain't got enough kids to have 2 classrooms. So he got like 3 teachers in one classroom. He'll tell you. They ain't having no children like that. And if they are having them, they have them real spread out. Like my grandson. Like his sister's a way older teenager. Then it's him. And then a long time, now it's another little baby. So it ain't like when we was coming up, you 5, 7, and 10. No. They not having them because they not getting married and they gay. Okay? I don't know who y'all think is gay, and I don't know how y'all think it's a lot of gay people and think that it ain't. I don't know. You ain't making no sense. A lot of women are gay, man. They not with no man. Okay? They ain't got no man like that. It ain't no lot of ladies like it used to be. Man, I know more than what they know. They ain't outside like that. I'm out. And that's another thing. These young people, they ain't got no experience about nothing. They don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? They're not observant like that. So they wouldn't know it if they seen it. It ain't no children though. They closed schools. So when you go up to the school, you're gonna see a lot of children, but all the children had to go to that one school. It would have been 2 schools. Everywhere y'all at, there would have been more schools than that. There would have been more schools than there is now. They had to close schools. All over Chicago, they closed schools. Schools are closed. They built all them schools for the baby boomers, and then the children population went down. They closed all them schools, and they moved them all into one school. So you think it's a lot of kids, but no, that's not a lot of children. That's why it's only that school, that one school. They have an abortion, whatever the reason is. Russ, I didn't say, I said it ain't no children. Now, y'all can decide why, but I'm telling you what I know. I got 6 children. They all grown, right? And I got I got 6 grandchildren. I'm supposed to have 12, 13, 14. I ain't supposed to have no 6 children and only 6 grandchildren. That's crazy. That sound right to y'all? 6 grandchildren with 6 children? That sound like a lot of kids? Let me see who's stupid. Do 6 grandchildren from 6 children sound like a lot of children to y'all? Because it might, because you might be slow. That's a lot of children. Answer the question. Is that a lot of children? And them 6 children come from 3. 3 ain't got no children. That's a lot to y'all? So how you gonna tell me something when I got children? I'm seeing it. You talking make-believe. You talking make-believe. All y'all that sound on top, you talking make-believe. I'm talking real. I got 6 children and 6 grandchildren with 3 of them. The other 3 ain't got no children. That's a lot of children. Because when I came up, my mama came up, all of them would have had babies. All of them would have had babies. So, like, I don't know what, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes young people, you don't want to listen to people that lived. You ain't lived. So how you going to count what it used to be and what it is? You wasn't here. So you don't know what it used to be. So how could you make a fair comparison? Was you trick-or-treating in the 60s? No. Trick or treat now. Ain't nobody giving out no candy because ain't no kids. Christmas. Why they close Toys R Us? Why did they close Toys R Us? Why did they close Toys R Us? Why did they close Toys R Us? Where's the smart people? Where's the smart people? Tell me in the chat. Tell me. Why they closed Chuck E. Cheese? Let me get rid of this fake roster. Come back tomorrow. I rest my case. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got no children. I'll be outside. You know, people look at my gray hair. That's the worst thing you can do is look at my gray hair and then try to judge me. I'll be outside more than y'all. For real. I bet you I'll be around more young women than some of you young brothers. I guarantee you. And you might live somewhere little too. And when you live in a big city like Chicago, you could really tell. You probably can't tell in a small town, but in a big city like this, and I was born in 1958 and grew up here, and you look out now and you could tell. My youngest son, there was more children with my youngest son than there is now. When my youngest son, there was more children than there is now. It's still dwindling. Ain't nobody got no children, Ladybug. I keep trying to tell you. They're going to be at school, Ladybug. They're going to still be at school. They still going to be walking home from school. Ain't no children walking home from school. Ain't no school buses. Ain't no school buses. Ain't no children walking home from school. Ain't no field trips with no kids. And ain't no kids, y'all. Ain't no Christmas. Y'all believe Christmas is popping? Christmas is dead. There's no Christmas like that. Nobody got Christmas toys because there ain't no kids. Christmas not popping? Who believe Christmas is popping? 214 Ladybug. You believe Christmas is popping? You believe Christmas got a lot of customers? Look, Sparkle in there, they slow. They ain't selling no video games like that. They are not selling video games now like they were selling video games 30 years ago, 20 years ago. Ain't nobody playing no video games like that. It ain't no kids. What part of y'all understand? Man, I got some lanes over. Let me tell you something, Sparkle. The video game industry is all dudes in their 20s and 30s. There's no kids playing video games. Them is adults. That's a fact. The video game industry is all 20 and 30-year-olds and 40-year-olds. That's a fact. The video industry is not kids. That's a fact. The video industry is adults. Girls 22, they boyfriend on the game. Here in Chicago, on the game, grown men on the game. You talk about 1990s and we talk about today, Sparkle? Is that what you're trying to tell me? That I'm saying now and you telling me you talking about 1990? Is that what you, let me make sure I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm saying ain't no kids today and you talk about 1990. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Are you serious? He talking about 1990. Is he serious? See what I got to go through? Just to be over here, just to be babbling, instead of just shut the fuck up and let me say what I'm saying. If you think we talk about 1990, then get out the conversation, okay? If the video game industry had to deal with kids, they'll go out of business. They lying, Bo Bridges. People like to disagree with you just to be disagreeable. They don't be having no facts or nothing. So you can't really listen to them. They don't be really standing on nothing. Okay? Because when you walk up to any of these schools, there ain't no kids. When you drive anywhere around this country, you won't see no children. You don't see no children going to school or coming home. You don't see no lot of school buses. You see a few school buses, but you don't see no school buses. There's definitely not a lot of children. If there was a lot of children, you would know on Halloween for sure. And when Halloween is dead, listen, Halloween is an adult holiday. Facts. It's so few children that Halloween now is for adults to dress up. Tell me I'm lying. You don't see nobody posting their children dressed up for Halloween. All you see is the adults dressed up. Because they ain't got no children. Ain't no children. We don't have a children culture. When you got a lot of children, you have a children culture. Now, I know people don't understand what I'm talking about. When you have a lot of children, you have a Toys R Us. You have a Chuck E. Cheese. You have a child culture. We don't have a children culture. She said, when I worked after school teacher, we had 100 children. I had 100 children in my kindergarten class. In my kindergarten class, it was 100. It was so many, they had to put us in the gym. And they had us bring throw rugs. And that's the morning class. It was 100 in the morning, and it was 100 in the evening. And we used to have to bring throw rugs. They had to move us into the gym. And we had 3 teachers, one over here in the gym, one there, one there. And they would play the little piano, and then we would go from teacher to teacher. And then they built a school behind our parents' house, Higgins. We went to Whistler, then they built Higgins. They had to build schools because these people moved to the South and had these children. When we got to 2011, they had to start closing schools. Many of the migrants was being housed here in abandoned schools. They had to start closing schools. And children were still outside playing. When I lived in O Block, the most children was like the 7th and 8th grade. There wasn't no little kids. Nobody wasn't having no little kids. And that was way back, 2011. There was no little kids. They had more big brothers and big sisters than the little kids. So around starting 2010, 2011, it went down since then. It went down. Everybody know I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Anybody know I'm not lying. Like, they still had some children, but by the time you got to 2011, there was more big kids outside. There wasn't no babies no more. There wasn't no babies outside. There wasn't no babies. There was older boys, like boys old enough to maybe ride their bike and to be in the gangs. But as far as little kids, nah, wasn't nobody having them no more. They start using all this birth control and all this stuff and doing gay stuff and having hell of abortions, getting their tubes tied. Women getting their tubes tied. Look, let's take a break. You know, when they have a lot of children, they have things like the most popular child name. I ain't heard that in years. What's the most popular children's name? They don't mention it anymore. And if you're on social media, you would know, you would see all this stuff. What's the most popular child's name? They don't say that no more. When they had a lot of children, every year they would say the most popular child's name. You don't hear no child, nothing. Not really. Y'all been to the movie theater? They are empty. Now ain't no sperm count. They not doing. They don't want to have no children. I don't just be talking over here. I be really talking to the youth. They don't want no babies. Do y'all be talking to the young people? Like the college kids and stuff? They don't want no babies. Women are saying stuff like, they don't want no babies until they make a certain amount of money and all that. My mom and them, in that generation, they had babies as soon as they came up here. And they didn't have no money. See, back then, they just had babies, and then they went and got money. Now, this generation, a lot of women saying they don't want to have no kids. They want to be so financially set. Right? Do y'all be talking to the people? This is what the young people, this is what the college age, this is what they own. They don't want no children. They don't want to get married. They don't want to get married either. They want to get to a certain point financially first. That's what they be saying. They don't want no children. And a lot of them is gay. So right now I could pick up three women right now in their 20s and 30s, and they're gonna be right there doing each other while I'm there. They into all that kind of stuff. The women is gonna be doing each other too. So how you know they ain't gonna have no babies if they doing each other? They're not heterosexuals like that. They're not like wives and stuff. They're not wives and stuff like that. They don't want to have babies and stuff. They don't want to have no children. They don't want to get married. And like a lot of them is not heterosexuals. Like we got a lot of people that's not heterosexuals. I think more than, okay. I think I think we got more LGBTQ uh than I think people realize. It's a lot of them. Okay. They say they want to travel and make money, but they don't make no money and they don't be traveling. They still be broke just like everybody else. They just be talking. They don't be having no money. Broke people be traveling. That's why they be taking pictures of it and putting it on Instagram so you think they got some money to be broke. You don't need no money to travel. You don't need no money to travel. That's all a farce. That's why you see them, they be showing you, I'm on a boat. Man, you can get on that. A poor person can get on that boat. Facts. Facts. The poor people got Gucci, Louis, all that. They just save up their money. If you think I'm lying, watch when everybody get their income tax and then watch who go on trips. Front like they got some money because they think you don't know it's income tax time. You know what I'm saying? I know. You know, players know because there's brothers out here that go get with you right when you finna get your income tax and take half your money, then you break back up. What y'all know about the pimp gang? I know everything. Listen, it's dudes like me right now. I could wait till it's almost income tax time. I can go catch me a cougar out here that's thirsty, sweep her off her feet, blah, blah, blah. Then she love me so much, she get her income tax. She talking about, I want her to give me something. I'll be like, yeah, give me this, give me that. You know what I'm saying? Da da da. You know, or you catch them around September when it's getting gloomy outside. She don't want to be up in the house all winter. She want a snuggle buddy. Da 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 da. Spit your game. Da, boom. Hang out with her. Get her body to shiver a couple times. Boom. You in there. But you know what I'm saying? Come on, it's the same game. Ain't nothing motherfucking changed. Pimps up and hoes down, bitch niggas move around. You know what it is. You know what I'm saying? They don't want no babies though. They don't want that. They're not doing relationships. They're not doing relationships, babies, God, family like that no more. The men ain't committed, so the women is scared. You know what I'm saying? Because these young brothers ain't want to have no family. They not responsible. They still going back and forth from apartment or house back to their mama house. A lot of these young people live with their grandparents and their parents. That's a fact. That's a fact. And they're going to replace them with robots. They're going to replace them. They ain't going to have no jobs. They ain't going to have no jobs. They trick you into using AI. How they going to trick you into using something going to replace you? I got all these people trying to tell me to use AI. I'm not using, why would I use AI? Why would I use something that's going to replace me? Man, you got to hit the G spot for them to shake. Not really. Not really. The people talking about marriage, man, they don't even be knowing what they talking about. You know what I'm saying? So you can't go by that. It's going to be easier to replace these people because we dealing with a group of people that, they done already ran the game on you. So it's going to be easy to replace us with robots and stuff like that. It's going to be easy. Relationships is shot. Like, you know what I'm saying? So marriage and all that type of thing, strong marriage and all that, that's been over with. You understand? That's why, ladies, these men ain't gonna tell y'all the truth. You know, Pharaoh gonna tell you the truth. The reason there's so much conversation about y'all and what y'all doing wrong, cause they gay. Ladies, let me tell you something. The reason men are having all these conversations about what's wrong with women, they gay. Okay? Don't let them fool you, ladies. That's a way for them to meet each other. Okay? So it's like, they get on my nerves. They do this and that. And then the other dude, like, they get on my nerves too, Pharaoh. You know what I'm saying? And next thing you know, we hanging out. Talk about how much ladies get on our nerve. You know what I'm saying? We hanging out. That's all. I'm telling y'all what that was about. That's what about that was about. I mean, look at their leader. That was their leader right there. He don't like no fish. Y'all young, y'all don't even know what I'm talking about. Y'all ain't been around them old LGBTQ dudes. They don't like no fish. That's what they call it. Yes, Robert. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. They doing it already because they got stuff in the food. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely, bro. Y'all know I ain't lying. Y'all know I ain't lying. Y'all know in a strong family, strong heterosexual man world, we don't got nothing bad to say about the ladies. We love the ladies. You be like, Fur, you trying to talk to her, but she don't be acting right and all that. Man, she gonna be all right. She gonna be all right. You know? She gonna be all right. I think I can fix her. You know what I'm saying? Now y'all like, oh, you a simp. Oh, and you always run around with dudes. You 20. We can always see your boxes hanging out when you with the guys. You sagging. You taking all type of pharmaceuticals. You all high and delirious with the guys, with the guys, with the guys. And just take the U off and put an A in there, okay? Take the U off. You with the guys, take the U off, replace it with the A. That's who you with. You can't wait to go back to jail in the penitentiary around all them menses. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ladies, do y'all know what they be doing up in jail and penitentiary and why he constantly really doing crimes? Do you know why he really doing crimes and trying to get back to the penitentiary? I'm telling you. I'm telling you what's going on. So it's going to be easy. They already got the population down. They already got a whole bunch of people with STDs. Look at Texas, Florida, and Atlanta. Look at Miami, the whole Texas and Miami. Y'all know about the STDs? No, you don't even know. You do know some of these STDs make you sterile. You do know that, right? So how do we survive if we are going to be knocked off by robots in the system? We not gonna survive because we ain't no we. By becoming a we, but with the individualism that you practicing, yeah. Because see, Robert, we're not a we. We're not a we. We're a bunch of individuals. There's no we. A we is a concept that come on, like say you're young and you got your bike and you're in front, and I'm on the block of my bike. I'm in the sixth grade. It's six of us out there with a bike. And your mama say, where y'all going? I say, we going riding over here because we are a we. It's us six on our bike. But if I'm in a house, I can't say we finna go ride nowhere. I have to actually have a we. You understand? Well, Martell, that's just one of many venereal diseases. But if you say so, I mean, when I went to Atlanta, I went to study vegan, and it wasn't a straight person in the whole line except me. I'm gonna just keep it real. A lot of them women that you see stripping for the men, they don't like men. They'll strip, but they got a girlfriend. A lot of the men that you see doing the male stuff, they don't really deal with women. Some people just don't really want everybody to know yet because it ain't 100% accepted. But a lot of these rappers and stuff you watching talking all this stuff, they not that. Why you think it's so dangerous when you go to penitentiary? Hold on, watch this. Okay, so this is back from 2012, right? Then I'm gonna show you the update because I know y'all think, man, I'm just talking. Listen, I'm not finna come over here and tell y'all no nonsense. YouTube don't like me telling you none of this. What I'm telling you, this why I'm in trouble now. What I'm showing you right now, I'm gonna be getting in trouble. They ain't gonna monetize me. What that say? In the U.S., the only country is the U.S. the only country where more men are raped than women. Did you know that? This is an article from 13 years ago. Did you know that? So then that's a lot of these, man, listen. First off, a lot of these men, guess what type of sex they having with the women? Not the normal one. The women ain't gonna tell you what he doing to her. Why you think so many men is promoting oral? Because anybody could do that. You listen to the songs, that's all they talk about is oral, 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 oral. Okay? But everybody got a mouth, so duh, read between the lines. I'm the realest alive. I keep telling y'all. That's why I get in trouble. That's why people are going to argue with me because I'm the only one going to tell y'all. So then I look like I don't know what I'm talking about. Look, the numbers going to go down with the men because guess what? They ain't reporting it no more. They ain't reporting it. When your baby daddy come home from the penitentiary, he don't tell you if nothing happened to him in there. He not telling you. Man, listen. I swear to God, man. I was in there for 4.5 months. I was in there for 4 months because my bail was too high. I was waiting for my bail to go down. And a brother came to my tip, like, Pharaoh. I'm like, what? He had a water bottle. He said, want some water, Joe? I said, no, I don't want no water. He said, you sure you don't want no water, Joe? I said, no, I don't want no water. He like, drink the water, Joe. So when I took the water bottle and drank it, it was vodka in there with a guy that brought some vodka in. Cool. So we standing up at my tip. The tip is like your little cell where two of y'all be in. Then he's out in the day room, but I was just in there probably eating or something. So we drinking the vodka, right? I'm standing here. He's standing at the door like that. So a brother walked by, and you know what he said to him? This is a gangster, too. This is a real, solid gang member, an authentic member. A brother walked by, and you know what he said to me? He looked at me and said, dude gonna stop walking around here with his booty stuck out like that. And then he caught himself. Because we ain't in the penitentiary, bro. We in the county jail. So young brothers, I'm gonna give you game. So you'll know already he's staring at me, trying to see my reaction. I act like I didn't hear it. Act like I didn't hear it. Act like I didn't hear it. You know what I'm saying? I didn't make no reaction. What that meant is he been in the penitentiary and he said some penitentiary stuff in the county jail. See, the prison is, you've already been found guilty. In the county jail, you fight your case. So it ain't no hardened, necessarily, not a lot of hardened people in there. You might be in there for anything. Like you might have just gotten in a fight with your girlfriend and be in there. You know, you're going to go home. But he had been, you be in there with some people be in there for violations that been in prison. Very few people in there been in prison. So when you go to the county jails, a lot of people in there for bullshit. You know, racism. It's white cops just arresting a brother for some bullshit, or you got a warrant for some bullshit, right? So he slipped. He said some penitentiary stuff in the county jail. I act like I didn't hear it. You know what I'm saying? All I thought to myself was, all right, if I do lose this case and they send me to the penitentiary and I go and he in there, I'm going to have to do him. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to have to do him because I don't know. You know what I'm saying? He didn't show me. I don't know him. Feel me? So I'm thinking, if I end up in a prison with him, I got to do him. I got to do him right away. He wasn't timing me. He made a mistake. He wasn't timing me because they can't do that in there. He wasn't timing me. We in the county jail. So he made a mistake. G-Rod, that's why I act like I didn't hear it. It slipped out. It slipped out. I knew it slipped out, so I didn't give him no eye contact like, bro, that slipped or nothing. I just totally act like I didn't hear it. It slipped. It slipped. Why would you say that in the county jail, bro, where people gonna make bail and stuff? This ain't prison. So he said some prison stuff by mistake. Probably had been drinking too much of that vodka. He had probably been drinking too much of that vodka, and he ended up with loose lips. You know what I'm saying? That's what he said. You know what I'm saying? It was the vodka. He got drunk. He said, dude, gonna stop walking around here with his booty sticking out like that. I act like I didn't hear him. I heard him. And he act like he didn't say it. He, you know, you know how they do. Yeah, fix yourself, punk. You know what I'm saying? You done told on yourself. You know what I'm saying? Oh, okay. You a bandit. You a B bandit. Okay, I got you. All right. No harm, no foul. I ain't hear nothing. I act like I ain't hear nothing. So, to the brothers out here, keep your mouth shut. I didn't go say that to nobody. You know what I mean? I didn't say that to nobody. I kept my mouth shut. That was knowledge just for me to know. All right, if I do found guilty and I go and he show up, my man Pharaoh, you know, as soon as he try to walk me into a room or something, I'm gonna do him. They don't do that in the county jail, G-Ron. They don't do that in the county jail. That's prison. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They don't do that in the county jail. That's not a county. The county jail is a place where you go, you get bail, you go home. You haven't been guilty. You're not guilty. See, prison you found guilty, 5 years, 7 years. County jail you just got a case because you could be in the county jail for traffic tickets you didn't pay, or you could be in the county jail for just minor shit. So that's not prison, and you could go home. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to worry about that kind of stuff in the county jail. But yeah, for probation violation, parole violation, some people's in there because people have been using their ID, fake identity, or somebody look like them and they keep getting arrested, charged over all type of stuff. He slapped his girlfriend, car stole a car, got caught with some crack, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Big Cook County Jail down there. Was I worried? Well, most people that's worried is people that's in there for like minor stuff. You know what I'm saying? G Rod. So most people that's in there, G Rod, that's going to prison, it might be serious. But most people in the county jail, they in there for, minor stuff. They regular people. Like people be going to jail with they on their way to work, still got on their Burger King outfit. And then they got to take that off and they give you the jail clothes. Some people come in there and then they go home tomorrow the next day. So it's a lot of regular civilians in there. Me, uh I was a real dangerous person. So now I wasn't worried. I wasn't in there for Girl Scout cookies. I was in there for serious. I was in there for serious shit. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't in there for no punk shit. You know what I'm saying? I was in there. I was on there for some gangster shit. Okay. So now I wasn't worried. I was a gangster in there. I wasn't. I wasn't. I wasn't the nice guy. I wasn't in there according to the police. Now, not according to me, but according to the police and the justice system. They said I was armed and extremely dangerous. I didn't. I don't believe them. But that's what they would say. They would say I wasn't the nigga to fuck with, but you know what I'm saying? I really wasn't the one. Not like that. No. I wasn't worried about that shit. Yeah, allegedly, supposedly, but I got leadership qualities too. And I know a lot of people that know a lot of people that know a lot of people. So no, I was cool. The brothers was cool. You know, if you ain't built like that, don't get in no trouble. If you can't go in there, if you can't go in there and walk out, then don't do nothing. I was already, I had already dealt with a whole bunch of stuff when I went in there. I'm saying all that to say that that was way back. That was 1997. And do you know how much more everything has gone down and how much weirder things got and how much more our people don't want to have babies? So it's not going to be that hard for them to introduce robotics and stuff like that because the young generation, they already got them. They got them with social media. They got them lost already. They've used social media to program the young generation. They got them. They got them. And you got to understand the government is far removed. So they'll just come on TV and say, listen, you're fired. What you gonna do? They behind protected gates and all that. You know what I'm saying? They sure finna play hardball though, especially with black people. Black people gonna have to unite. They finna play hardball. As soon as they get through with these migrants, it's gonna be our turn. They already told you, no DEI. Get all your products out of here. Okay, fire all these black in the military. Fire them. A lot of them retired because they seen it was coming. Fire them. Gotta go. Fire all these blacks in here in Washington. You gotta go. Fire. We not doing no DEI, which is code for we not hiring y'all. We back on white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Oh, let's take a break. Real talk. I kid you not. Yeah, y'all better get ready. I mean, it's going down. You know what I'm saying? You see, Elon Musk is from South Africa. You know what I'm saying? He look up. Listen, Trump showed you what he really owned, okay? It's just people don't want to admit what he owned. Did you see what Elon Musk's father said? Look what his father said. The father of the world's richest man, Elon Musk, has insisted that his son isn't racist, claiming that his son had black friends growing up, his family's servants. He said Elon was good friends with the servants, the blacks that were serving him in South Africa. He said, "Can he not racist? He had good friends, our servants." That's what he said. That's what he said. What y'all think about that? He said Elon had good friends, his servants. He said Elon had a lot of black friends, our servants. That's what he said. That's what he said. I mean, it's all kind of people in there. In Africa, Germans, British, French, Dutch. Certain, the white race is definitely not having babies like they supposed to. They kind of on the decline. But the thing is how they offsetting that, Donna, is we the sickest. We dying the most. We dying the most from breast cancer, the most from prostate cancer, the most from colon cancer, the most from heart attacks, the most from strokes, the most from obesity related. So they got us killing ourselves because, every time I talk about eating right, you ever notice nobody over here, I don't get nobody comp. Black people committing suicide. Okay? So black people are committing suicide because you eat trash and you don't want nobody to tell you nothing. You don't want to be intelligent. The black man is not a good leader. So he's leading the queens and the babies to destruction because the black man eat trash, and then his girlfriend or his wife and the children eat trash because the black man don't have leadership qualities. He like the clown, like the black man like to talk about things that don't include self-improvement. When you start talking about self-improvement, he'll go watch something else. That's why I don't talk about eating right over here no more. You got to go to Vegan Intel because I'm not going to keep talking to losers that don't want to listen. You understand? He don't want to do better. Then I got Vegan Intel. Go over to Vegan Intel for those that want to know. I'm not going to keep talking to somebody who don't want to know. The black man is a clown when it comes to taking care of helping, being the main one for his family. You understand? If he don't insist the family eat better, they ain't going to eat better. But then he going to mislead the black people to eat wrong. Then he going to disrespect the black woman when she overweight. But it's the black man's fault that the black woman is overweight. You know what I'm saying? It's the black man's fault that his woman is overweight because he don't got leadership qualities and he poisoning the family. So our population still ain't going nowhere. Even if their population go down, they're going to go use their science and stuff to try to turn it around. But us, we're going to keep dropping like flies. They're going to have the better food. They going vegan. You know what I'm saying? We not. The black man don't have no sense of leadership. You understand? The black man don't have no sense of leadership. He don't have leadership qualities because leadership qualities is not an individual thing. It's a group thing. It's an individual thing in an individual circumstance. When you start talking about the race, though, then it would take unity would be leadership. Then the black man would all unite because we would have to be leadership. It can't be no one person. We would have to be leadership, and then he would have to be highly intelligent enough to be a leader. He can't be no fool. They're going to argue with you over plant-based eating versus the other stuff, that's a fool, because anybody that do real research could know that other stuff you eating ain't no good for you. That ain't even debatable no more. And the fact that's still debatable show you the black man is slow. He'll still try to tell you that eating all that stuff is good. And we've been knew this now. I'm going on 50 years. And this something I knew way back in 1978. And here it is, 2025, and you still don't know that shit ain't no good. When everybody dropping, you know what I'm saying? And so as far as war go, you ain't gonna go be in no war. You're gonna be sick. Ain't gonna be no war. What is it go? They don't need to go to war with you. You commit suicide. They ain't gotta go to war. They don't gotta go to war. They feed you. All they gotta do is put the McDonald's and stuff in your neighborhood. And they ain't gotta worry about you. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna be no conflict. There's not gonna be no conflict. If you got food addictions, you can't think long enough for no conflict. It's not gonna happen because you're gonna be like on a cycle. Every so many hours you gotta eat. Every so many hours you gotta do this. So you don't have no 30, 40, 50, 60 hours to think about nothing. You already in the cycle. If they keep everybody in the cycle, you're not gonna have no unity. It reminds me one time I was talking to some rappers. We setting our plan to go get rich. They in my kitchen in O-Block. I'm talking to them, telling them what we got to do. And then I take a break, and two of them run out the back door before I stop to light up a cigarette. So as a soldier, I knew, oh, they probably ain't been listening for probably 45 minutes. They've been waiting to get a cigarette. They ain't heard nothing I said. Because what? They got a cigarette addiction. So if you got a cigarette addiction and your enemy catch you, you're going to tell. Y'all watch the first 48. They sit you in the room, and that's why they leave you in the room about 4 hours, 3 hours. By the time they come in the room, you need a cigarette, you need something to eat, you finna snitch. And you got addictions. If you got addictions, you're going to snitch. And a black man got addiction. He not war ready like that. The black man not going to free us. Mother Nature going to free us. The black man is a failure already. Earthquake, lightning, brimstone, fire, tornadoes, floods, hurricanes. That's what's going to free us. The black man's already a failure. You know what I'm saying? He's only good with arguing with another brother. He ain't really no good against nobody else. He ain't going to say nothing to nobody. He going to try to pick apart a brother. How could you build a military like that? You can't. So Trump and them know they in control. They control the Department of Agriculture. They control all the farming. They control all the pharmaceuticals. They control all the transportation. Right? They control everything. And then they control the minds of the people. And they've been trying to figure out how to get rid of you. They just haven't had the robots to replace you. But once they can build their own workforce, it's a wrap for you. You know what I'm saying? Once they can build their own workforce, right? Because all these people was coming across to get them jobs. And this is the point I'm trying to make in this live stream. So rather than these people come take jobs from Americans, they thinking, what do we need these people for? They ain't coming up here. They gonna lose their jobs too. We finna take everybody's job. So why let them come up here when you're gonna replace them? You don't need migrants. This the catch part of this conversation. When you think about it, they don't need no migrants. People kept saying, well, who gonna pick the fruit? These things are. One thing about robotics is, with robotics, you can make every machine to adapt to what it's got to do. So let's say you got to pick something low to the ground. They can make something that's already low to the ground. Let's say you got to pick something high. They can make something that's already high. So they can make specific machinery to do specific jobs. They can make machinery that will pick them strawberries and pick them faster than you and can pick them day and night. They don't have to close because they can make them where they light up and they'll be able to see that stuff 24/7. You got to go to bed. If they need 300 robots to pick strawberries and they can pick for 8 hours, they'll make 900 of them. Then I have 300 go pick, and then those will go charge up, and the other 300 come out and come, and then the last 300 to come. By the time the last 300, the next. So they can have 900, and they can pick them 24 hours around the clock. So they got robots that do everything. They don't need them no more. Real talk. Look at these pictures. Look at all these different various robots. You see the one right here? It rolled through and sprayed all the crops. All the crops. It rolled right through and sprayed them. This one right here. Look at all the variety that they got. Look at this. Look. The role of robots in revolutionizing agriculture. These robots is planting these things. Look. Oh, they don't need the farmer. They don't need nobody to drive it. Look. Look. It could till the land. All this stuff could do by itself. They don't need no man in there to operate it. So what they gonna bring up a bunch of migrants for? For what? What they need them for? Look, it can water them. It can fertilize them. And whoever's got the best machines for the job, they'll get the contract. Look, this one looked like it got solar panels on the top. It don't need no gas or nothing. This is where this is going, y'all. They got the drones. The drones could water them. The drones could fertilize them. The drones could put the insecticide and stuff on them. The robots can water them. I'm showing you what's going on. I'm showing you what's going on. So what they need with them? They don't need them. This is what's going on. This is where we headed. So you said, so if AI robots are doing the jobs, what are the humans that are out of work doing since they are not reproducing? They are not all the way ready, Donna. So they still need the humans, but they almost ready. Right? So they're not all the way ready, but they're almost ready. They're working to be ready. Because AI, the way they're using it, it's only been about 24 months that I can remember since they exposed us to AI, mostly the last year. So mostly the last year has the public been introduced to AI. And what they do, Donna, is it's like this, Donna. When I worked at the Treasury Department, it went like this. They have two people that's correspondence reviewers. They got a position open. They're going to move this person up. They're going to move up in 2 or 3 weeks. So they open up and hire. So they hire me. When they hire me, this person trains me. And in the 2 weeks after I get trained, that person's going to their position that they got, their new position. So they have the person that did the job already trained a new person. All right. So now they got people training AI to replace you. So the AI is being programmed to mimic us, but more efficiently. So they're getting you to teach AI to replace you. That's what this picture is saying. That they give you the tools until the next thing you know, when they got it finally built, they kick you out. They give you the robotics. They give you the electric drill. They give you more and more robotic equipment. Okay? Like I said, time and time again. Let me give you another example. You're a police officer, right? Look how they doing the police. Let me show you something. They got the police, right? And what the police got to wear when they go to work? The police got to put on a police uniform. The police got to have a belt on. On that belt, the police got his handcuffs, his bullets, his gun. He's got a taser all around his waist. Then he's got on the camera. He's got a camera all on him. So what they did, Donna, they roboticized the human first. So they used the police to make the policeman a robot. Next time, look at a police officer. They are robots. It's a human being with all robot stuff on him. He got the cam recorder on him. He's got all this stuff around his waist. So they slowly turned him into a robot. Then they'll just replace him and put all that stuff on the robot. Look how they robotized the cops. Let's go back when I was a child. When you used to park your car in a shopping area on the street, you would take your money and you would put your money in a parking meter. There was meters all up and down the street, right? And if you didn't put the money in the meter, they had cops on the beat And those cops would walk the beat and they would check and they would write the parking tickets. So the police would write the parking tickets, right? All right. They took that job away from the police. The police don't write parking tickets no more. Think about it. The police don't write parking tickets no more. They took that job away, right? I'm going to show you how they just slowly replaced the police. They took that job totally away from the police. The police do not walk around in Chicago writing parking tickets anymore. Not only did they take away them walking around writing parking tickets, they got rid of all of the parking meters. So if you come to Chicago, you won't see no parking meters. So if I park right here, it'll be 1 meter, and it might be across the street at an angle, and I got to walk over to this machine that don't take no cash, and I got to put my license plate number in there and my information and use my debit or credit card, and it's going to give me a ticket. So now they got a private person can walk around with a scanner and just give you a ticket. The police don't have to give you no ticket because they got the mark of the beast parking, cashless society parking, right? So they got the cashless society parking. So the police don't have to do that no more, right? Cool. Police don't have to do that. Now the police used to also do what? The police used to ride around and the police used to give out speeding tickets and traffic tickets, right? So the police used to give out, if you ran a red light, the police would be driving and the police would pull you over and give you a ticket. The police don't do that no more. Now, you run a red light, it's going to snap and it's going to send you your ticket to the house. Police don't have to do no traffic. Okay? The police don't have to do no traffic. None. Okay? The only traffic they can do is maybe a headlight out or minor stuff, which they don't even do in Chicago. They don't even bother you hardly at all because now they got the red light camera. So if you run the red light now, that's another job the police don't have to do. The police don't have to do the red light job, so they don't have to write tickets, right? They don't have to do the red light. They don't have to do the speeding light because they also got something to detect your speed when you go where school is. It's a school zone. The thing flash and they send you a ticket. The thing flash and they send you a ticket. So now, the only thing they need the police for is crime. Right? But in the meantime, they have turned the police into a robot, knowing he can't do it. because they put all this stuff on the police, and anybody could tell you what it's like driving around with this stuff. It's horrible. So his job is going to be gone. This finna have his job because the gun could not, this robot's not going to need a gun. The bullet going to come out his finger. What do you need a gun for? They can make his arm, they can make his hand the gun. So the gun could be made on his hand. The camera made on him. Mace made on him. Walkie-talkies made on him already. So he don't gotta carry none of this. All of this stuff will be made on him. He's faster, he's stronger, and they can make multiple ones. So now they can have one that runs and walks, and they can have one that rolls. The Waymo car gonna drive them around. So they got the self-driving car. I just showed you that. So all they got to do is put 3 of these robots in there. But even worse than that, let's say this is a street in a shopping area. Right behind me, they can have a little box. And if I'm the robot cop, I back into that little box and it's charging me up. And you all walk up and down the street. If anything happened, I could just come right out there and apprehend you. So they already could be in charging stations where they can have these things at charging stations, and they can have a multiple bunch of them. They can have dogs, they can have some that fly, they can have some that roll, they can have some that's real big that can knock doors down. So the police ain't got to knock the door down. They can make something that will knock your door down easy. So this allowed them to have 10 or 20 different types of police. I'm standing here, on top of me is a flying machine, a drone. And so when I come out, the drone come out too. You run down the alley, the drone is on you. The drone is going back to me, showing me your whole location. How you gonna get away when it's me, a drone, it's me running, a drone, and another one rolling? How you gonna get away? And they're everywhere. So a signal can go out, and you look up, and you got 50 of these things after you. You're gonna get apprehended because they're gonna have one in the direction you run in because it's technology. So how you gonna get away when you make a right and it already know where you're going? It's seeing you on satellite, it's seeing you on the drone, and the other one is going to cut you off. They don't got to think like humans. You in the grid already. You already in the grid. Uber's in the grid. Waymo's in the grid. Lyft is in the grid. So you ain't going to be able to get away with no crimes. You're going to be caught. You ain't going to be able to talk your way out of crime because this thing is not human. So there's no reasoning with it. It's just straight. It's a robot. You can't, it doesn't pick friends, doesn't have friends. It doesn't have emotions. You're going to jail. You can't talk your way out of it. You can't be like, oh man, because it's not a man. You're going to jail. When you go to jail, that's going to be robots too. You ain't going to see no judge. I went to jail for a young lady that got in trouble. I went to try to go bond her out or see what her bond. So we sitting in the courtroom, me and her mother. Because you go to court and then they bring them out the back. You know, the mama be wanting to see them. Take them up to the judge. Do you know that young lady never came out the back? Do you know they turned on a big screen? They turned on a big screen and it showed them all back there in lockup. And they walk up to the screen and talk to the judge on a screen. That was here in Chicago. And that was a long time ago. That had to be about 9, 10 years ago. She didn't even get to come in front of a judge. She had to talk to the judge on a screen. And if you get a speeding light ticket or red light ticket and you want to contest it, you got to go down to the city clerk, and then they're going to send you in the room with a judge, and he's going to watch it on film. And he's going to watch it on film, and he's going to make a decision. You don't get to say nothing. He's going to look at the film and say, yeah, look, right here. He's going to show you the car right here. See, you ran it. Okay, pay. Ain't no emotions. Ain't nobody to talk to. Just take your money. And they doing it to you already. They doing it to you already. Like I tell all the time, I took my grandson to see 50 Cent. I went to buy tickets. I had to buy them on my phone. The tickets was on my phone in the Ticketmaster app. When we get there to park, the park is no parking attendant. He walk up with a little thing and you tap your card, pay parking. When we got to the door, you got to show your phone to show your tickets. Then when we get inside, there was no cash in the whole United Center. This is where the Bulls play and the Blackhawks. The whole United Center was cashless. You want to buy food, drinks, t-shirt, whatever, you got to tap your card. No cash. No cash in the whole building. And they had all the young black people already brainwashed. They got the young brothers and sisters. They was just tapping. They already got them in the matrix. They didn't even know. I don't really go out that much no more. So I didn't know they had changed. I ain't been in the United Center in probably 4 years. I didn't even know. I thought about it because I remember there was an announcement a couple of years ago, don't bring no cash to the Bears game. There's no cash. It's the mark of the beast. It's the mark of the beast. It's up. It's the mark of the beast. And they with it. They with it. They with it. You can believe that. That's what Elon Musk is here to do. He's here to help bring in that mark of the beast. That's what he's here for. I'm telling you. And every one of these oligarchs, it's just interesting how that's what they all are into. Zuckerberg wants us to be in the meta. He tried to make a whole meta world in Facebook where we would all be in a fake world, but he couldn't pull it off. People didn't go for it yet. But he wants you to be in the meta. Jeff Bezos, he got them working for him. People over the last 6 months been kicked out of Amazon, fired, been replaced by these robots. And he got a lot of different type of robots. He got the ones that roll, and he got these ones. Yes. He got the ones that roll, and he got the ones that stand up. I'm trying to tell you, y'all, I'm giving y'all a warning. It's going down. He got the ones that roll, and he got the ones that stand up, taking jobs. He got these. And he got these. These are ones that's moving all the freight around. And he got these. These blue ones is just like the orange ones. Then he got the big things is what everything plugged up to. And they just roll around through there and they move all the equipment. They move all the boxes and stuff. They move them. Real talk. And he got the arm to lift everything. Real talk. Real talk. I kid you not. And these is Trump's friends who he working with. So why you think he's working with them? Why you think he's working with them? And then Elon is working trying to get these ones done as quick as possible. There's people reporting that they got to work 12-hour shifts because for some reason he's rushing these robots. For some reason. Why? Because they're finna replace you. So they don't need no migrants up here. Why would they need migrants? You understand? Why would they need migrants when they're going to replace you? Because this how it's finna go. Because you can't even get a job interview no more. AI interviews you now. And then AI decides if your interview was decent and sends it to the hires up to hire you. Did you know that? Did you know a lot of these companies, you have to apply for your job with AI. And then AI decides who to hire and who not. And AI could be trained to recognize if you black, white, or whatever. It could be trained to know if you're white or black. It could be trained to discriminate. You got to go to AI. Ask anybody. AI is doing everything. I just went to something and they wanted me to go to AI. Oh, it's some people selling stuff. They selling these shirts I want to get for Pay Black Americans. So I went to their DMs. And in their DM, they had AI. And they wanted me to talk to AI about what I wanted to do. And I refused and did it the old-fashioned way. But you ain't going to be able to do it the old-fashioned way soon. AI is the one that's shadow banning me on YouTube. AI is the one you got to talk to if your channel gets shut down. You don't talk to no person. You ain't going to get to talk to no people. That's over. When you call a bank, that's AI. All of them automatic voices you talk to, all that's AI. All that's AI. Some of the biggest content creators now is AI. It ain't even nobody create no content. I refuse to do it. I could make a fortune right now. I can start a page. I can go to AI. I can put in what I wanted to talk about, and it'll make me a whole video, and I can upload it, and a lot of people will watch it, and I could just be making money and never did nothing. That's why the Babylon system hate me. That's why they demonetize me. That's why they want me out of here. They want me out of here because I'm a problem for the beast. Because pretty soon you're going to go and you're going to go to YouTube and it's going to be all AI videos. I know you've been seeing them. I know you've been seeing these videos about Whack 100. Then you hit it and it's this strange voice and it ain't even a person. Y'all ain't been seeing them popping up? Then now they trying to make all AI music. So it won't be no more musicians to be out of here. The musicians protested and made a whole album with no sound on it. Wait a minute. Y'all didn't see that? Hold on. Y'all didn't see where the musicians made a blank album? More than 1,000 musicians, including Kate Bush, Annie Lennox, joined forces to release an album this week. They are protesting proposed changes to British copyright laws around artificial intelligence, right? As NPR's Chloe Velman reports, the album's 12 tracks have no words or no music. It's just blank. Chloe, the album features occasional sounds of humans' life, like someone moving about in squeaky shoes or moving a heavyweight object. So they made a whole album in protest because they want to make AI music, and then everything you be going to listen to will be AI music. They're going to get rid of musicians. Everywhere you go, all the music you're going to hear. Y'all haven't noticed the latest rap battles? They make AI, Tupac, AI. They've been making AI songs. So I could just make up an artist right now and make a whole AI catalog. And give it an original voice, original name and everything. Put musicians totally out of business. That's what's going on under the Trump administration. You see all that talk about they want to build factories in America. What kind of factories? You see how they talk about tariffs and they going to make everything here? How though? How? Because working with this guy, he's into robots. He's not into people. He done said it. Elon Musk done said it, that we need to just be getting a check and we shouldn't have no jobs. We should be getting universal basic income. And Trump will sell his mama for money. All he's trying to do is stack money for his family before he pass away. He don't give a damn about none of y'all. He think about his family legacy. He wants them to have enough digital currency where they can still live. And if you ain't got no digital currency, that's on you. That's what they're getting ready to do. They already doing it. Yeah, they want universal basic income, give you some pennies. Okay, like the book 1984. And with universal basic income, if you do something, they can dock you. They could dock you. Y'all read 1984? They could dock you. And then with universal basic income, they could give you different types of money, digital money. Like you see food stamps, and you see how the food stamps was different colors and different denominations. That's because you can only buy certain things with certain food stamps when the war broke out and they gave America's food stamps. Did you know that? So with digital currency, You'd be like, well, you only get this much debits for candy. You only get this much debits for meat, right? You only get this much debits for juice. You only get this much debits for cleaning supplies and toilet paper. So they can control what you can buy. That's why I've been against cryptocurrency. I told you cryptocurrency was the devil. I've been told y'all that. When everybody talking crypto, I told you it's crypt. Crypt is evil. Crypt is a place where Dracula lays in the crypt. What you mean, what about vegans and vegetarians? You only get allotted so much for vegetables and fruits. That's it. You ain't getting no special treatment. Meat eaters hate vegans. The meat eaters are part of the beast. They're prejudiced against vegans just like the people that's prejudiced against blacks. Don't nobody, meat eaters don't like vegans. They hate us. They don't like us. They don't like us to come to none of their events. They don't like us to talk about that. They want to do what they want to do. So you think a meat eater going to give a damn if you're a vegan and you can't get nothing to eat? They don't care. They're going to say, well, eat a hamburger. They're going to say eat a hamburger. No, crypto's not going to be the new thing. Crypto's just what they call it. It's going to be digital currency. They can call it anything. It's going to be digital. Think about it. There's no such thing as a crypto coin. It doesn't exist. What's the difference between crypto and you paying your phone bill from your bank digitally? What's the difference? Same shit is digital. How you listen? I can show you a $20 bill. Then I can show you a $10 bill, and you see they're different. How can I show you different digital currency? How could you have different digital currency? The only thing you can have different is something physical. If it's digital currency, it's all the same shit. It's just digital. So they show you a picture of a crypto coin, but that coin don't exist. That's just a picture. If I show you a picture of money, money exists. If I show you a Bitcoin symbol, it's just a symbol. There's no such thing as Bitcoin. What is it? There's no such thing as it's an illusion. There's no Bitcoin. There's no coin that look like that. It's just digital money. There's no such thing. It's a hoax. Digital money is slave money. It means somebody else got your money and all you can do is use it, but you can't have it, period. If you get your check and it go to the bank and it's in the bank got your money. And the only time you could use it is when you're giving it to somebody else. Think about that. The only time you use your money is when you give it away. They don't like people like me that like cash because then we can hold our money. No, they hold it. They invest it. So in other words, you get paid $2,000 every week. You give me the $2,000. I'm the bank. I take the $2,000. I go buy a bunch of weed. I start selling the weed. I make $4,000. You spend $1,000. I give you $1,000. I still got $3,000. I reinvest that, turn that to $6,000. Then you get your other $1,000. 5 to 5 is mine, but I made it off of your money. And next week you're gonna give me your other 2,000, and I'm gonna flip it. I'm gonna flip it. I'm gonna make money off of your shit because you're a sucker. Yeah, give me your money. I'm Bank of America. Let me have it. No, I got you. When y'all get y'all check, I'll do that for y'all too. I'll do it for you. You don't gotta go to Bank of America. I tell you what, when you get paid, send all your money, Cash App it to me or PayPal it to me, and let me know when you want to buy something. I'll go order it for you. You just let me know. Send me the link on what you want to order. I'll order it for you. You'll be fine. I'm the Bank of the United States. Basically. I mean, that Chase got it. Wells Fargo got it. Bank of America. Why I can't hold it? Why I can't hold your check? Why you don't give me your check? And then tell me when you want to spend it, because you tell them, you go rate their card. You go rate their card and let them know you want to spend it. I don't know why I can't have all y'all money. I'm going to give it back. Unless something happened and my bank crash. And, we're going to figure it out. What you going to eat? I don't know, but we're working quickly to resolve the issue. I don't know what the fuck you're going to eat, but we're working hard to resolve the issue. That's what you're doing. That's why I ain't got no money in the bank. I don't got no money in the bank. I got enough money in the bank so the bank won't be mad. Like, sometimes you have a bank, you got to at least have $20, and I have like $22. That's it. I have zero in the bank. I don't put my money in the bank. I don't have no money in the bank. If I want to order something from Amazon, it costs $30. I'll go to the bank. I put the $30 in there, then I order it. I'll put it in there when I get ready to order it. Facts. When they hit me, oh, your phone bill's due on the 22nd. Boom. Early morning on the 22nd, I put their little $90 in there, and then I pay them. Yeah, I don't have no money in the bank. I'm not letting them motherfuckers hold my money, G-Rock. I'm not letting no motherfucker hold my money. I'm not letting no motherfucker hold my money. I got credit cards too. But that's their money. I don't give a fuck about credit cards. That's their money. That's why I like credit cards. It's a credit card. You give me $2,000. Cool. Right? And all I got to do is spend it and give it back to you. And you put it back on my card. I like credit cards. That's their money. If somebody steal it, then I could call the credit card company and say, hey, somebody stole y'all money. And y'all hurry up, let me know when it's back. You know what I'm saying? Let me know when y'all get y'all shit back. You know what I mean? I don't got no problem with them. You know what I'm saying? That's their motherfucking money. And then they want me to have good credit. I don't want good credit. I just want credit. I don't want it to be good. I'll make it good if you're going to give me some more credit. But when I'm with my credit card, I'm only spending what I'm finna put back. I'm not spending and get in debt with the credit card. Oh, no, we're not doing that. So I use the credit card just like the debit card. I fill up my credit card, then I use it. Then I'll fill it back up. Whatever. If it's $10,000 on there, I'll use it. Now I'll put it back. Now I'll use it and put it back. Put the money back. Because I can still use it. But that's their money. But with my money, I'm not, no. So my daughter asked me, she said, well, Daddy, if you don't got no money in the bank, why you keep going to the bank? I was like, that's a safety deposit box, baby. Okay. My money is at the bank, but it's not in the bank. Okay. It's in a drawer. Right. And I can get it out and nobody know how much I get out and nobody know how much I get back, where the gangsters at, where the real players at. If you got money, G-Rock, it should be in a safety deposit box. It should not be in the bank. Take that shit out the bank and put it in the box where don't nobody know what you're doing when you're making your little transaction. And if you want to do something big at the bank, go to the bank, go down to your safety deposit box, get out the 10 grand, go upstairs, put it in the account, then go make your transaction. But don't never have no bunch of digital money. If you got $150,000 in the bank, right, it's digital. One push of the button and your 150K is gone. Because it's not cash, it's digital. It says on their digital thing, 150,000. It could be hacked. What about when the system goes cashless? When the system goes cashless, you know what it is. It's war between the righteous and the wicked. Y'all already know what it's going to be. When it's cashless, and they telling me that I can't get no food unless I take the mark of the beast, I'm going to have to remind them. I'm going to have to get my Bible. I go get my Bible if it go cashless. I go get my Bible. So if they go cash, I get my Bible. So I go in the store, you say, well, you don't got cashes. I say, okay. Let me see. Okay, it says I won't be able to buy nor sell without the mark of the beast. Oh, damn. Okay. So I won't be able to buy or sell without the mark of the beast. Oh, damn. It didn't say I can't rob you. Shut up and lay down and give me the fucking money. Give me the food. Fill it up. You know what I'm saying? It said I can't buy or sell. It said I couldn't take your shit. Stop playing with a real nigga. With a real Lion of Judah. Like a real, okay, this God, okay? This God side. Who told y'all God was nice? God got some mean motherfuckers on God's side. It said I can't buy or sell. It said I could just take your shit. Fuck out of here. I'm not finna starve. I'm finna liberate. It said I can't buy nor sell. I read real good. I already read what it said. It said I can't buy no sell. It didn't say I can't rob them and take all their shit. It didn't say that part. It didn't say I can't come in here with 20 dudes and clear the whole store out. Everybody lay down. Allow me to introduce myself. We already ready for the robot. We already studied him. We already mixed up some grease and shit. We already know how to short circuit this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Keep it a billion. So we're gonna short circuit dude. Okay. I should be telling y'all all this, but hey, support. All I can tell you is support the channel. Yeah, we're gonna short circuit these motherfuckers. You know we're gonna figure it out. We the ultimate scientists. They're gonna be like, guess what, Pharaoh? You throw some jello and bleach on them and they stop working. For real? Yeah, jello and bleach. You got to get the red jello, Pharaoh. You know how the hood is. Y'all don't think they're going to learn how to break these motherfuckers? This the hood, baby. They not God. Okay, the double dumb. See, God is smart, the double dumb. I'm on God's side. They dummies. None of that shit going to really work. People going to break out. It said everybody going to break out with swords and take it. So we already know. And it say that if you take the mark of the beast, you will not be in the book of life. So if you want to talk some religious stuff, if I unalived you and I went to Judgment Day, and then the Most High would look in the book of life and you've been unalived, they'll be like, Pharaoh, You unalive Kevin. But if you take the mark of the beast, you won't be in the book of life. So if I unalive you, there ain't no Kevin. So the Most High be like, I don't see no Kevin. You know what I'm saying? So fuck you. It's an open season on you once you ain't in the book of life. I don't know. I read it myself. I read it and it said, you once you take the mark of the beast, you will not be in the book of life. That means you won't be under the Most High protection no more. You won't exist. So I can do whatever the fuck I want to do to you. That's my interpretation. You ain't in the book of life. So you food out here. I can only get in trouble if you're in the book of life. But if you take the mark of the beast, you don't exist. How could I hurt somebody that don't exist? You know, you don't exist, sucker. You're a sucker. Anyway, ain't nobody taking that shit, okay? Come on, man. Look at Elon and Trump. They can't make nobody do nothing. We'll punk them in real life. Stop it. Elon look like he can make you do something. He look like a scary bitch, okay? He not that. Okay? They fraudulent. That's why the angel told John, don't write the part where Pharaoh gonna fuck him up. Go read Revelation. The angel said, hey, don't write this part because they don't need to know that this shit ain't gonna work. We want them to think it's gonna work. See, Revelation was wrote for them to think it's gonna work. They left the part out where we gonna fuck them up. That's the part the angel told John, don't write this part. Don't tell them what's gonna happen to them. Let them go ahead and play. Read it for yourself. The angel told John, don't repeat this part. I know what part it was. It was my part. He said, don't tell them niggas part. You know what I'm saying? Niggas, we ain't going. You know what I'm saying? We ain't going. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. I'm not taking nothing. Fuck out of here. I ain't taking no mark of the beast. Come on, man. I ain't taking that shit. Oh, I'm scared. Ooh. I'm not scared of them, man. They trash. They trash, man. They can barely, they gonna be trying to get that stuff together when big storms gonna be happening. While they trying to put that together, they start look, everything falling already. Look at the weather. They getting their ass whooped already. They still trying to do some shit. When Mother Nature tearing up everything and they still, I think we can still be devils. It's like, I don't think you can, dude. Why don't you repent? You know, they need to repent. You know what I'm saying? Y'all shit ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? What part that you understand? The stuff is anti-human and the stuff is anti-nature. The stuff is anti-earth. Animals, trees is anti. You can't have the mark of the beast unless you just mess up the atmosphere. Duh. It's not going to work unless you put 15,000 Starlinks up there. And what you think them Starlinks going to do? They ain't going to quit till a tornado go right through the White House with them in there. Everybody be like, we can't believe it, man. It's the White House, man. You know, they're going to be tripping. You know what I'm saying? I believe it. What you thought was going to happen. You the devil. Stop playing with the real one. Look, I look scared. Don't I look scared? Don't I look scared of the mark of the beast? Don't I look scared? I speak for outside. I wish I could have all the ruffians outside in the live right now so I can ask them, hey, y'all, they say we not going to eat. We going to eat? Guess what they'll tell you? If you ask the ruffians, are we going to eat? But they got plans, or they going to build concentration camps. They going to do all this fantastic stuff to us. We just going to be, I don't know what we going to be doing. I guess we just going to let it happen. And then when California catch on fire, you like, what? And then sellouts and losers don't know nothing about. They did it. They burnt their own shit down. It's like, shut your dumb ass up. They burning Babylon down, Pharaoh. You just don't know. That's what they be saying. They be like, Babylon burning down, Babylon. I'm like, right. That makes a lot of sense. See, they burning down Babylon, then they gonna go and they gonna build some new Babylon on the old Babylon. And that one gonna work. Watch, that one gonna work. That one gonna work when they build it. They burned down Hawaii. They burned up California. I guess all these tornadoes finna come the next few months. They doing that too. They tearing everything up for some reason. It can't be that they shit is garbage and it's tearing itself up. Oh no. They believe in Lucifer so much that they believe he destroyed his own shit. You understand? They believe in the Babylon and Lucifer so much that they think Lucifer fucking his own shit up. Pharaoh, you just don't know. Lucifer know what he doing. He tore it up and then he gonna fix it back. It's a plan, Pharaoh. You know what I'm saying? I already told y'all, they keep saying heart. I keep telling y'all, you're gonna come over here one day and say, he said it. A storm gonna go tear harp up. I can't wait. It's gonna happen any day. A tornado or something gonna go right through where that harp is at and tear it all up. And I cannot wait. I'm gonna come dead on here. So harp tore up harp. You know what I'm saying? Make it make some sense. Harp is a bunch of junk. That shit don't work. That shit don't work. Listen, I don't know how harp gonna work perfectly when don't nothing we buy work perfectly. Harp is the only thing in this world that work. Everything else is a piece of junk, but harp is perfect. Because everything I ever bought is a piece of shit. I ain't never bought no perfect shit from the Babylon system. But harp is perfect. No flaws. I'm like, well, the people that made harp need to make my computer, my car, and my phone. I need my phone to work like harp work. Why my shit don't work good? You know what I'm saying? Why harp is the only thing work perfect? Unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? That's some bullshit because they don't believe in God. God don't do nothing. God ain't told nothing. Nature ain't told nothing up. The white man is the greatest man in the world, and he told all his own shit up because they don't believe in no God. They don't believe in nature or nothing like that. Nature didn't do it. Nature can't do that to him. He great, Pharaoh. Stop saying nature doing that. He doing it to his stuff. It's a plan, Pharaoh. He burned up Hawaii and California and making all these tornadoes and all this stuff kill him for a reason. It's a reason he's letting this stuff kill him. But he gonna come back strong, Pharaoh. I'm telling you, he gonna build some magical, mystical shit. In Hawaii, you watch. I'll be like, you ever been to Hawaii? No, but still. I'm gonna shut your dumb ass up. You know what I'm saying? He got a machine that shoots fire that sets shit on fire, Pharaoh. I said, well, it was an extreme drought. He could do that too. It was extreme winds. Maybe the machine can make the extreme winds and the drought and the weak power lines that's old, that failed, that set the bushes on fire. And the machine did all that in Hawaii, Pharaoh. The machine blew them power lines down and all that dry bush from the drought and caused that. And then they used the machine and burnt up everything. And everybody had blue on their roof. It didn't burn. Go look at the AI pictures of all the roofs with blue on them. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't nobody. They tell you if you got blue on the roof, it didn't catch on fire. And a lot of the blue on the roof is plastic tarps. And you try to tell me with extreme fire, the plastic tarps ain't gonna burn or melt, Pharaoh, because they blue. They blue, bro. That was a secret laser thing. That was a super secret laser thing. These are the same people. They do it all the time. Every time something happens, they say something, they change it. When COVID came out, they said it's the internet. You know what they said? And then when we found out about Fossey and all that, they always shut up, you know? Space and NASA. What you want me to talk about space and NASA? It's all junk. It never worked right. It's junk. It's all junk. It's all them playing games. Because if NASA was powerful, they wouldn't let Elon shoot up his own rockets. He ain't even with NASA. It just show you they making up as they go. NASA is supposed to control all the space launches. How is Elon launching 2 rockets that crashed? 2 of them fell back to back. Just the last one, early this month. And I'm saying, well, what's up with NASA? That show you NASA's bootleg. Because if NASA was real, they wouldn't let Elon be just shooting rockets up there. How he get the okay to shoot up rockets? He ain't even no government agency. NASA working with the government. So how Elon got 2,000-3,000 satellites going around Starlink? How? He ain't no government agency. He ain't with no space agency because he just rich. He just bought his own space agency. Crazy. Because they just making up as they go. They got all them names. That shit don't mean nothing. Whoever got the money, he who got to go make the rules. You got the money, you NASA. Shit, if you can pay for it, where NASA get the money from? Wherever they get the money from, that's the one who run that shit. The government take our money and do stuff. We paying for it. And then they act like they the boss with our money. They take your money and boss you around with your money. That's what they do. They take your money and then they do stuff with your money and they boss you around with your own money. Because they broke. They paying all that money over there to Europe to all them bankers they owe. America's broke. All the profits America get, they trying to pay off them massive debts they got. You lived in, what's your name? Perfection Progress. You lived in Hawaii before? Because I lived in Hawaii. I know what happened. Hawaii be having extreme droughts. It's surrounded by ocean water, but the ocean water they ain't going to keep it wet. It got to rain. And Hawaii's in the middle of the ocean. There's no other place in the world surrounded by that much water. So if don't no rain come out there, them islands be bone-ass dry. Mind you, it's bone dry and it's 2 active volcanoes. How much heat is that? Kilauea is going off right now. How much moisture is the volcano pulling out of the atmosphere? I lived over there. I lived in a tropical rainforest. And I was going to build some big water tanks over there because Hawaii always have droughts. And I lived in a rainforest where it dropped the water before it go over the volcano. So I was going to collect water in these big water catchers. And then when it's a drought, I was going to take water to the marijuana growers. and get rich. Because the growers, I tell you, I was a marijuana grower. Hawaii constantly have droughts. Constantly. Constantly. Serious droughts. On the Kona side of the Big Island is desert. The Kona side is dry like Arizona. You got the Hilo side is wet. It rain almost every day on Hilo, like a drizzle or something. Kona dries the bone. That's on the other side. So when they grow weed on the Kona side of the Big Island, they got to go find water somewhere. Kona's bone dry. I lived in Glenwood, and when the clouds go up the mountain, they got to dump rain to drop some of the weight so they can make it over the mountain. So I live right where they always dump their moisture before they go up the volcano and then go on the other side. Because I lived in the rainforest up there. So I ain't just talking. It's people that just be talking about that stuff. They don't even be knowing what they be talking about. They just be talking. And they ain't been there. They don't know nothing about the climate. They might have went on a trip, but you got to live there to know. And I lived in the rainforest. This is why I lived in Glenwood. You see the rainbow? Because it's always raining. What you mean, do I believe in the Bible? What you mean, like believe in the Bible? I don't understand what that means. I don't know what you mean by believe in the Bible. What does that mean? What you mean believe in the Bible? That sounds weird to me. Like, how do you believe in the Bible? The Bible is a bunch of books. So really, the Bible is a bunch of books. Genesis is Genesis. Exodus is Exodus. What you mean do I think is real? Who are you, and what would that answer benefit you? What do you want out of that answer? Why would I answer that? Like, why are you asking me that? That's what I want to know. Let's get to that. Why are you asking me, do I believe in the Bible? What do you want from that? What are you searching for in that answer? What are you searching for in the answer? Why are you asking me that? Because I don't believe you asking me that for no decent reason. So I'm not going to answer that. I don't like the question. The question sounds fucked up. Like you trying to question me like you my mama or something. I don't even know you. And I don't owe you shit. I don't owe you no motherfucking explanation. I don't owe you shit, bro. I don't owe you to tell you nothing I believe. You watching me. I don't know you. I'm not watching you. I'm not finna answer no stupid shit like that. I bet you don't ask none of your relatives that go to church no shit like that. You come on the internet playing. Go ask your mother if she believe in the Bible, or your granny, or your auntie that go to church. Go ask them that shit. Don't ask me no shit like that. Okay? And this is what you do. You come back tomorrow, okay? Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. I didn't like the question. I ain't like the question. Asking me some stupid shit, okay? Not even. It's a lot of rich people live out there in Maui. A lot of people live on Maui, rich people. That's where they live at. Waikiki, Oahu. That's where Honolulu is at. That's where all the international players is at. All of the rich Asians. There's Daddy Filthy Rich. They out there with their Lamborghinis, they Testarossas, they Rolls Royces, they Bentleys. They be on Honolulu, on Oahu. That's where Honolulu is at. It looked like New York. It's all skyscrapers everywhere, and that's where the rich international jet setters be on Honolulu. All of the big rich princes, and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Be over there on the Waikiki. You know what I'm saying? They got condos out there and shit. They don't go to them other islands. Now some of the big celebrities, they like Maui. Maui's nice though. I was on the Big Island because that's where the Outlaws was at. That's where they killed Captain Cook and put him in a pot and boiled him. So I wanted to go. I wanted to go where the Warriors and the Outlaws was at. So I went to the Big Island. The Big Island is Hawaii. If you ain't been to the Big Island, you ain't been to Hawaii. See, Maui's called Maui, Oahu's called Oahu, Kauai's called Kauai, and the Big Island is called Hawaii. So if you ain't been to the Big Island, you ain't really been to Hawaii. Because if you want to see Hawaii, you got to go to the Big Island. That's Hawaii. That's why it's named Hawaii. So you got to go over there with the two volcanoes. You know what I'm saying? And I lived the last subdivision before Volcano. Right? Kilauea. The Kilauea volcano. I lived right down from that. And then we had Mauna Loa volcano. When I was there, they both went off. As a matter of fact, Kilauea started going off when I got there. When I got there, it started going off. It went off every month. It went off every month. And then when I was there, both of them went off. That was crazy. At the same time, Mauna Loa was going off, and the lava was headed right to Hilo. the lava was headed right to Hilo. Yeah, they was both going off. Both of them at the same time. My boy lived in Volcano, so we would go up to his place and watch the lava. I watched the lava. They told me don't stare at it. I watched the lava, and I was sick for like 3 days, 2 or 3 days. I had this. My insides was going roo, 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 like when you go look at it. It's the only thing I can describe is like looking at God. It's probably the only thing I can describe it. And if you look at it, it'll hypnotize you. It's shooting up and it's orange. It's this orange and it's doing this. I'm telling you. And it hypnotized you. But I was sick. It made me sick. I can't explain the sick. My insides was going roo, 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 roo. You know what I'm saying? From why it's too powerful. Like I said, it's like looking at God. It's too powerful to look at. And it'll hypnotize you. And you'll just be looking because you ain't never seen nothing like that. It's like looking at God. And for 2 days, I was sick. And then when they shoot out, it dropped this stuff called Pele's hair. They god named Pele. And it's these little ass pieces of glass, thinner than a needle, like needles this big but thinner of glass. If it get in your nose and your mouth, it might kill you. We woke up the next day and that shit was everywhere. It was all on my plants and everything. It's glass. It's glass. And you know, my queen seen Pele. She seen her. My queen seen Pele, the goddess. Robert said, my queen seen Pele physically. Seen her. We had just got to the Big Island. Some of y'all heard this. And my van had stopped running. And it stopped running by this park that's on the furthest southern part of the Big Island. So the Hawaiians came to try to help us, couldn't get it started. They said, well, just come stay at the park, because the parks in Hawaii got electricity and oceans of electricity. So we pushed our van in the park and we just stayed there. We stayed there. We had just got there. We just camped there. So I'm like right here and over there, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 25 steps, 30 steps. It's some grass first and some trees, and then you go through there. It's the whole beach. You can see it all the way down. We on the beach. So my queen and her daughter went over there walking on the beach. Me and my boy Kepper, we cooking, and my queen say, "Ramesses, come here." So we run over there, and when we get over there, there's nothing there. And she said it was this lady with a little dog. Now we on the beach, and the beach is like this, and we this little, and all this is beach and water, and the trees is way back here. And this was an old lady, so she couldn't have went nowhere. So we ran to the beach, and she described it was a lady like this with white hair and a little dog. So we like, where'd she go? So we was mystified because there's no way the lady could have disappeared before we got there. She was right there. So we stood there for a while trying to figure out where the lady disappeared to. There's no way to disappear. We blew it off. We eventually get the van fixed. Time go by. We go stay on Black Sand Beach. Then we end up staying at this dude named Fred crib. He had a little place we rented out. I was growing my weed on his property. So both volcanoes went off. And both volcanoes was going off real bad. And the newspaper came out one day, and it was describing people were seeing UFOs and stuff like that. And it said people were seeing Pele. Now this, Robinson, this got to be at least 9 months later. Maybe almost a year. So we read the paper and they say people are seeing Pele. It's a lady with this white hair and a little dog. Before we had just got to the island, so we didn't know nothing about Pele. When my queen seen her, we didn't know nothing about no Hawaiian culture. We hadn't been there. We barely had probably been there 2 weeks. And like 9 months later, we reading the paper and it say people been seeing this. Their god is Pele, and they described her as an older lady with white hair with a little dog. And my queen said, that was the lady at the beach. We was tripping. And that's, you see the dude asked me, do I believe in the Bible? That's where my beliefs, I had to expand my beliefs. I couldn't just believe just because for sure they seen her. So now I got to think, okay, a lot of shit is real out here. So I started thinking a lot of this shit is real. And then I started thinking what the Bible said, because he said, thou shalt not have no other God before me. And I said, it's other gods. Because how could you have a other God before him unless it's other gods? So my whole No, it was physical. It was a physical lady. They seen her physically. I don't know if it's a ghost or nothing. We don't know. But she seen her, and it was physical. What she seen was physical. Because these guys can materialize in a physical form. They don't have to be no spirit or no ghost. She seen it before we knew it was anything as this. She said it was a lady with white hair that looked really funny, pale like looking, and she had a little dog. And they said when the volcanoes went off, they said people were seeing Pele Pele all over the island. She was appearing. And then when they described it, and what was crazy, I wish I had the article, the lava came down and made her face in the lava. I wish I would have kept that newspaper. On the paper, they had her, the hair, face, a woman's face. The lava made a woman's face. I forgot which volcano because they was both going off. So I don't know if that was Mauna Loa that made her face or Kilauea. Might have been Mauna Loa. They say she a ghost, but that ain't no ghost. They just call stuff they can't. Robinson, when they can't explain something, they try to give it a name. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to avoid that because just because we don't know what it is, that don't mean it's a ghost. Because angels could do that same thing and they ain't ghosts. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it was because when we got there, it was gone. But I know that my queen and my daughter seen her, and they said it was a lady with a dog. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the craziest stories right there. And I know it's real because we had just got there. We didn't know none of that. We didn't know no folklore. We didn't know nothing. But I was wondering how the hell the lady disappeared like that. Because I didn't see her. And when we ran, we was there in seconds. Like I was where I could see my queen in like 4 seconds. Because I could see her as soon as I go where the little trees at. Then you could see the beach and I seen her down there. So I didn't see nobody when I seen her. Then all I got to do is just run over the beach a little further. So she said, we haven't seen her. When we run and I seen her, it couldn't have been no more than 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 3 seconds, I seen her. And it's all beach. There's nowhere to hide. So that's why we was standing on the beach like, well, where the hell she could have went? We was tripping. But then we just forgot about it. We never mentioned it no more. It was like, it was unexplainable. So we just, you know what I'm saying? And then like 9 months later, both volcanoes was going off. And they said people were seeing her and described it. And that's what that's when my queen said, I've seen her. Like all kind of stuff happened to us over there. Because the Hawaiians was trying to say, they was saying, I came there. So the black Hawaiians, so you got everybody not Hawaiian. Them not Hawaiians, those is locals. They live in Hawaii, they call Hawaiians, those not Hawaiians. They be mixed. They might be Portuguese and Japanese and Hawaiian. They might be mixed. But the real Hawaiians is black. The pure Hawaiians. And there was a couple of elders, and I would go around them. They wanted me to come around them. and they would tell me stuff like you see in the movies when you go to the holy man and shit like that. You know, I'm only like 20 something. So you know what I mean? I'm a roster man and all that, but I'm only like 20 something. So I don't know what's going on like that. But they was like Killer Whale start going ever since you came to the island every month. They told me, they said, we wish you would have came before the hippies. We wish you Rastas would have came. You black Rastas would have came before the hippies. They said that one of they goddess or whatever they be talking to told them we was coming. But they said we was told you was coming, but they said the hippies came first and we thought that was y'all. Oh, I could tell you some stories about that. That's what they said. When they saw the hippies, they thought that was us because they had been told we was coming. But then it was like the hippies was like demons, they were saying, because they said the hippies came and was boo-booing all over the place and wasn't covering up. They started having mosquito infestations and flies and sexually transmitted disease and how they was nasty, they wasn't clean. And how they was racist. It was like they say they hippies and love children, but they was racist, just like their parents. I said, wow. You know what I'm saying? So I was plugged up with them. You know, we got the long dreadlocks and stuff. So they was, and also they loved Bob Marley. See, Bob Marley was like a god out there. Like they loved Bob Marley. And once Bob Marley came to Hawaii, they all went to see him. They took all their marijuana and stuff. And a lot of them was in the Mormon church. So after they seen Bob Marley, they went back to their church and said they were going to quit. Because the Mormons say black people can't go to heaven. And Hawaii say, you tell us black people can't go to heaven, but we know Bob Marley going to heaven. We know that. So the Mormons had to change their teachings because of Bob Marley. And they banned reggae. They banned reggae after Bob Marley. And reggae didn't come back till I got there. And then when I got there, the Rastafarians came. That's a long story too. They banned reggae. We went to find a brother from Kansas City named Shay Shay that we met on the bus in LA. We was kicking it with him, and he said he lived in Hawaii. He was a Rasta brother, Black American. So we said we coming. So we went over there. I got the number. I called them. They said Shay Shay not here because a hurricane hit the house. So I told my woman, I'm going to go find him. Y'all come later. So we bought our tickets to Hawaii. I bought mine for like Friday. And I bought my queen and her daughter and my boy, they ticket for the next Friday. I said, let me go there and find them first. And then y'all come in next week. I have everything set up. So when I got over there, I found Shay Shay. I found all the rosters. And when it got time for me to go pick my queen up, Holly Mascal from the group, the Rastafarians, was at the airport with his queen. So I'm like, Bridget, what you doing over here? Like, yeah, Ramesses, in the way. We didn't know you was over here. Boom, boom, boom. So I said, give me your hotel, your number. I'm gonna get you some weed and stuff. I'm gonna come smoke out. He like, yeah, man, you know why I am. And so when I go back and take my family to the Rasta on the North Shore, we were staying with this one when we was on Oahu. We wasn't on the Big Island yet. It was a white dude there, and he said he want to put on a reggae show. So I'm like, I know who, Holly Mascal from the Rastafarians is here. And he said, could you hook me up with him? I hooked him up. Boom, reggae show. First reggae show since Bob Marley, which was like a long time. First reggae show in like 7 years or something like that. So you can't do that stuff. That happens through the elements. I can't make Holly Mascal be there like that. At the same time, I'm picking up my queen. All this is prearranged, from the powers that be. You feel what I'm saying? This stuff be bigger than us. And then that was the first reggae concert. They had one on Oahu and one on Maui. And the white man didn't want me to come to the concert. The guy I plugged out of the show didn't want me to come because I was a revolutionary and I was always talking against him and shit. You know, I was a super militant, so he didn't like me. He didn't want me. He didn't want me to come. You know what I'm saying? He didn't want me to come because I was a militant. You know what I'm saying? He didn't want me to come. I went anyway. You know, I had been selling stuff and over here in California, so I went and set my booth up and sold stuff. He came to the concert and tried to throw me out, but the Rastafarians, Holly Mascal and them came and told him, Big Dread came and told him, hey, man, this is Marshall, man. So he couldn't mess with me because they know I'm the one got him the bag. I should have charged. I wasn't no businessman on that level. I was doing my little stuff, so I didn't think about it. But I could have cut me a fee. Man, you gotta pay me, man. I'll introduce you to him, you know. But I wasn't thinking like that. I was glad to help Holly Mascal. But yeah, I was up there. I went to the big island and started growing. That's me right there in the back with the weed over my shoulder. And my boy, I met him in 7th grade. I started growing dreads and stuff, and then he started growing dreads. Me and him was the one going to see Sunrise all the time. That's me and my boy Capera. That's us in the mountains growing the weed up there on the big island. You see them big ass plants? I was like a superhero out there. You know what I'm saying? A black man, a black American man like that come out there and pull them plants out there. And that was my second crop. I had another crop, but I only had like 8 plants or whatever. Then we moved up there from the place. These was the plants I was growing at the place where the volcanoes was going off, and we read the newspaper. And we read the newspaper about Pele Pele. But the plants I grew was getting too tall, and dude just had grass. His grass only went up to like 5 or 6 feet, and my plants was going up to 15 feet. And I'm like, oh, I gotta find somewhere to take this shit. So I went and got a 1/4 acre to rent with the option to buy, and put my shit in the van and drove my shit up here to the mountains and harvested big weed. You know what I mean? I was getting big money out there. You know what I'm saying? And we had a reggae band. But I've been a go-getter. I was just a shorty on this picture. I'm probably only about 23. Something like that, 23, 24. I'm just a baby out there. I lived in the jungle too. We lived out there. I lived under a tarp. I had made my own bed from wood. Me and my queen and the daughter and my boy, we lived up in the rainforest. We cooked outside. We showered outside, all that. You know what I'm saying? I lived outside for real in the rainforest. Real talk, no lie. You know what I'm saying? I lived in the rainforest, no lie. I really lived out there, you know? We put a reggae band together and all that. We had a reggae band. We put our little reggae band together, and you know, it was adventurous to say the least. But my queen ended up having my first son when she went to visit her mother in L.A., and she had had 2 miscarriages, so she couldn't fly back. So I had to fly to L.A. while she had the baby. And you know, one thing leads to another, and she ended up having another one, my second son. So I ended up, my whole course changed around. You know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful thing. I got 2 sons. That's me in Hawaii right there. I had been there a while, I think. Yep, doing our thing. Had a little reggae band out there. I think I got a picture of a few of the band members. Yeah, here you go. The second from the left, he black and Filipino. He from the Bay Area. Us other three, we from Chicago. That's me on the far right. On the far left, that's Kepper. I met him in the 7th grade. And the one standing next to me, that's Andre. He lived across the street from Kepper. So one day Kepper went home to visit his parents and came back. And he said Andre wanted to come with him. So Dre came over there. Dre got dreads now. So this one Andre didn't have no dreads. He was just growing dreads. He had just left. Chicago and just came over there. And then I was teaching them how to play drums. And see, us three, we was gonna start our own band. I played bass, Dre played drums, Kepper played guitar. We was gonna leave the other band and start our own band. You know what I'm saying? That's my boy Naj. He called himself Naj. His name was Jason, spelled backwards. That was a cool brother right there. My man Naj was cool as hell. Hey, Tasha. Naj was cool, man. He was a Filipino, African, a black American Filipino mix. I think his mother was Filipino and his daddy was African American. That was my man. He was cool. I wonder what the hell he doing. You know what I'm saying? We didn't take many pictures back in those days, so I would have more pictures than that. You know, nobody really had cameras back then like that. You know, so nobody was really taking pictures like that. You know what I'm saying? Pictures was a little rare. The book is gonna go into details. I ain't gonna go into no details, but when the book come out, I'll go into some details of all the ins and outs of what was really going on. You know what I'm saying? Then I came back and had my two sons. You know what I mean? The book is gonna be great. I came back, boom. That's when I got back. And this is a place where I had my two sons in this apartment right here. So you can see how much time went by. You can see the length of my hair. Straight from out the jungle. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the book is about. All those different changes in my life. You know what I'm saying? That's what the book is about. All those changes. A lot of changes. You know? A lot of changes. It's gonna be definitely a New York Times bestseller because I've been a lot of different people. You know? I've been a lot of different people. A lot. It was nice out there in Hawaii playing in the band and stuff. I used to write some of the songs. I used to sing sometimes, sing some songs. That's a puzzle I got made out there. I was selling my own puzzle. That's me on stage in Hawaii. And I had a puzzle made you could put together that I was selling the fans. I was trying to get the rest of the band to want to do it, but they were slow. So I did it myself. I'm like, man, I sold my puzzle. All the fans, they was buying that puzzle, you know what I'm saying? You see, I always had a military, you know what I'm saying? That's me on stage singing. That's a lot of changes to go through. You feel me? So look, I'm gonna end this one. I hope y'all enjoyed it. All right. There's a lot of changes, you know what I mean? But it was a good adventurous life, I tell you that. To be young like that and living like that was, I don't know, we was on something. Adventurous, you know what I mean? But it was very handy because now I got survival skills. Like I know how to survive, I know how to cook outside, I know how to live outside, I know how to catch water. I know security, I know how to stay low. All that. And I got a chance to enjoy myself, meet people from all over the world, get like a world experience, get a lot of stuff out my body, which kind of hurt my relationships when I later, because I get in relationships with people that haven't really done nothing or been nowhere, and we really don't match because I'm not trying to do a lot of stuff because I already did it. I'm not aware that I need to be doing a bunch of stuff that they didn't do. I'm just living my life, so I'm not really aware, you know. And I'm not into vacations. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to be into trips when you went and lived somewhere. You know, I didn't go on trips. I didn't go on vacations. I lived in LA. I lived in Hawaii. So I don't really like vacations. You know, vacation, what is that? You know what I mean? I don't like vacations because I mean, and you know, then I lived in vacation spots. So I lived where I watched people go on vacations. And their life wasn't as good as mine. They gotta go back home. I live here. So vacations is like I still kind of got that attitude about vacations. Like you in a hotel room, you know what I'm saying? So if I go with a woman, I want to go camping. I don't want to go stay in no hotel. You know, to me that's not fun. You've been in one hotel, you've been in them all. I don't want to go nowhere and stay in a hotel. I want to go and be adventurous. I want to, you know what I'm saying? Rent a hut or something. I really want to feel the land. I don't want to go to the Babylon. I don't want to go from Chicago to Waikiki. I don't want to go from one Babylon city life to another city. I want to go in the natural places. Going to the city is corny to me. I seen Waikiki. I seen Los Angeles. I've seen a lot of cities. I want to go to like the redwood forest. Some adventurers like that. It's hard to find a woman that really want to do that kind of stuff. They want to go to the corny hotels and they want to do the corny stuff. And I want to camp. I want to go see the planet. I don't want to see no bunch of concrete. If you've seen one concrete, you've seen them all. If you've been in one hotel, you've been in all. You know what I'm saying? You've seen one beach, you've seen them all. I mean, beaches. There's beaches all around Hawaii. There's beaches around the whole Big Island. There's beaches around the whole Maui. So I don't want to go to Jamaica the beach. It's just a fucking beach. You know what I'm saying? It's not fantastic. You know what I'm saying? It's just a beach. It's just water. I don't care if it's Jamaica, wherever it's at. It's just a beach. There's no such thing as no special beach. It's just a beach. The greatest thing that you can do by traveling is the food. The food, getting berries that they don't got over here, getting certain mangoes that they don't grow over here, getting certain fruit that you never heard of, mountain apples, rose apples. That's, if I go to Jamaica, the biggest thing for me is getting some ackee and some breadfruit, something I can't get in Chicago. That's what make the trip exotic. And being in nature. But being on the tourist strip is for suckers. And when you live in tourist places, you don't want to be no sucker. Las Vegas Strip, that's for suckers. All the strips, that's just to take your money. I mean, it's nice in a way, but it ain't really that. You come to Chicago, you go down a Michigan Avenue, that's cool. But you really want to go to Bongo Beach and you want to go to some of the places nobody go. You want to go to Lakeshore Drive and you want to go on the beach. That's what you're going to like. Walking up and down, if you've seen one Louis Vuitton store, you've seen them all. Who the hell want to go from a Louis Vuitton store in L.A., come to Chicago and walk up and down Louis Vuitton store, You know what I mean? Who want to do the how's that a vacation? You know what I mean? If I come to Alabama, I want to go to the country. I don't want to just be in Birmingham. I want to go out. Somebody got a place out in the country that got horses and shit like that. And when I was little, we used to go to Alabama. My fun was at my granddaddy farm with the horses and cows and stuff. When we went to Decatur and Birmingham, it was cool to see family. It was fun seeing them, but it wasn't as fun as on the farm. The farm was out the chain because it was different. I'm from the city. I loved the farm. The farm was so much fun. Chickens running around, stuff like that. You from the city, that's exciting. That's exciting, man, hearing the rooster early in the morning and stuff. You know what I mean? Plus, if you grew up in Chicago, it's hard to top that. You go to New York, you're like, yeah, now Times Square was off the chain. I ain't gonna lie. Like, one of the most incredible things you could see in America is Times Square. I ain't gonna lie. Times Square is in the top 3 destinations, probably number 1, if you ask me. And I don't, man, the redwood trees is nice and all that, but Times Square is tripped out for sure. That's the one city spot that can hang with all the pyramids and all that shit. I ain't gonna lie. Niggas in New York probably won't say that because they live there. But man, Times Square is one of the 9th wonders of the world. It's unbelievable. I swear to God. I swear to God. If you got to go see Times Square. You ain't gonna believe. You ain't never seen that many lights. You would not believe nobody can have that many lights. Vegas ain't like that. Vegas is all spread out. Times Square is all bunched up. It's just lights, man. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's breathtaking to see all them lights, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. It's so many lights you can't find nothing. We was trying to go to some restaurant. My boy said, let's go eat right there at that restaurant. And I couldn't see it. It was so many lights. It took me forever to find them lights in the middle of all them lights. It's incredible. I can't wait to go back and see that again because they changed it. Man, that is something to see. Vegas ain't got nothing on Times Square, not as far as visuals. Ain't nothing in America. No city got the visual of Times Square. I ain't gonna lie. Chicago's a beautiful city. If you want to see a beautiful city, but if you want to see like technology at the highest level, Times Square. Like right now, I can't imagine what them signs is doing. They ain't got the normal signs. Like if there's a business, they got their best sign there that do all type of shit. Tokyo might be. I gotta go see Tokyo. Tokyo might be close, but Times Square is off the goddamn chain. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. Tokyo might be close too. Man, Times Square is off the chain. I ain't gonna tell you no lie, man. It's off the chain. And what I like about Times Square is the whole world is there. The whole world is there. If you go in the summertime and you out there on a Friday and Saturday, the whole world is there. Japan is there. Everybody is there. The whole United States is there. And the whole world, every state is there. Every state is there, is tripped out. And if you're a rapper, all you got to do is get your outfit and get four of your guys or three of your guys and dress them in the outfit, look a little bit similar, but make sure if you're the star, make sure yours different. And all you got to do is go to Times Square and you take y'all four and you take somebody to take a picture. And all you do is walk and stop y'all four. And if I'm with you and I take your picture, everybody camera gonna go off. It's the best promo ever. Because when they see me take your picture, they're gonna think you're a big star. And they from Russia, they from Germany, they from Portugal, right? Right? And so everybody gonna want your picture. So if you was a star, if you was a rapper and you had your name on your shit and you had three other people that kind of look like you, and you had one person take the picture and you got there Thursday and you just walked up and down Thursday. And all I got to do is this. I don't really even have to take the picture. Just make them think I'm taking your picture. All the cameras going to go off on you. And they're going to say, where you from? Who are you? You a big rap? They're going to think they think you bigger than life. And if you did that all Thursday night, all Friday night, right? All Saturday night and all Sunday night. By the time you got back to your city, your picture will be all over the fucking world. I swear to God, your picture will be all over the world. It's one of the best promo tricks you could do because we went and they was a rap group. And man, when we left, their picture was all over the world. I kid you not. I am not kidding. When we left, their picture was all over the world. And I got hip to it because every time I stopped to take their picture, cameras just started going off. So I said, no, let's stay here for a while. So we stay on one corner and they get about 300, 400, 500 pictures. And I am not exaggerating. Then we go to the next corner. I try to take their picture. I was really trying to take pictures for myself. Man, cameras going off. We was going to go back to do what I'm telling y'all, but we didn't go back and do it. We didn't go back and do it, but I'll probably do it for my book. I'll probably go back and do it for my book. I kid you not. I am not lying. The whole world is there. The whole world is there. You know what I'm saying? For real. The whole world. You'll be super famous. This when we was there. And dude made that right on the street. This was the second night we went down there. And every time I stopped to take their picture, the whole damn world took their picture. They wanted to know who they was. They knew they was somebody. You know what I'm saying? They knew they was somebody. They wanted to know, who are you all? We went down there 2 nights. They wanted to know, who was they? Who are y'all? Real talk. It was great promo. Like the picture was everywhere. I think this picture I'm showing, that's like the second night. The first night, they had this on. Everybody just knew they was somebody with all that green on and the airbrush. They're like, who are you? Who is y'all? Who is you? Every time I take a picture, it would just be like flash, 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 flash. An old German dude, young girls from the Virgin Islands, a lot of old white people, a lot of old Asians. They thinking it's somebody. They want to get back and show. They want to go find out who you are. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, y'all, thanks for watching. Support the channel. You know what I'm saying? Because they definitely don't want me over here telling y'all all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And be positive. You know, positive energy all the time.